I'll just get this out of the way. I am aware of my accent as well. I don't need you guys just staring at me, being like, where's it come from? Because that happens every show I do. The first 5 minutes, they won't let me be a person with thoughts. It's just a guessing game. They're like, is it Texas? No. Mississippi? I'm like, don't be a dick. Don't be a dick. I just tell them, Tennessee. I'm from Tennessee. Every time, like, oh, you like a redneck? I'm like, absolutely not. It's highly offensive what you just said. Then they're like, you like a hillbilly? I relate. But if you meet an actual hillbilly, you have made a terrible mistake. You need to get off their property. They don't like that. That's like their only rule. Get! Oh, he said get with an I. Go. I get it. They also want to know, too, like, especially people who've never been to the South, fascinated, like, what's the South really like? What's it really like? I'm like, well, it's probably like 8 or 10 of the coolest cities, full of the coolest people, very just unique and just a meld of different human beings and cultures. It's amazing, and the rest of it is exactly what you've heard. But more intense than you can imagine. And then they're always like, well, what's the worst part of the South? I'm like, Alabama, before you finish that question. You guys know, all right. And they're always, every time though, they're always like, well, what about Mississippi? I'm like, that's not their fault. Historically, the worst education system in our country since the start. They don't know any better. In Alabama, they know better. They just don't give a shit. That got applause in Birmingham. It's not what I was going for. I was trying to shame them. And they were like, that's us. Yeah. Roll Tide. I know how the accent sounds. I'm aware. It sounds dumb. I get it. It's a scam. We're all running. People think we're way dumber than we actually are. It's the opposite of the British accent. Think about it. Yeah, they sound smart, but if you listen, you're like, oh, you're dumb as hell. I get it. There's certain words I shouldn't say. Makes people uncomfortable. Like, my wife is Jewish. Just saying that, people are like, hey, easy. Careful. I'm like, what? I married a Jew. People are like, I know you can't say that. Like, you can't say that. We just had a baby. I made a Jew. People are like, I gotta get out of here. He's trying to get people fired. Don't go over there. I did. I made a Jew, you guys. You can applaud. That's cool. It would have been weird if you kind of applauded and then didn't. You guys came through. I did. I didn't know growing up I could make a Jew. I didn't know. But I can, and I did. Pretty cool. What happened was my wife is Jewish, and her vagina, also Jewish. And the baby came out of there, Jew. It's science. And religion, I think. I don't understand. It's confusing. I don't ask a lot of questions. But he's got blonde hair and blue eyes. I Nazi-proof that son of a bitch. You can laugh out loud. That's a good thing I did. You guys can enjoy yourself here at the comedy show. Feel free. That joke 3 or 4 years ago was just historically funny, and then it got relevant again. I'm just saying, I did not see them making a comeback. I didn't. Fascinating. 3 or 4 years ago, people laughed and be like, "Oh, it's funny." Now people laugh and like, "Oh, it's good you did that." I get this question a lot because I sound like I do and then I say the stuff I do. How'd you get that way? It's confusing. You sound, like you sound, but the stuff you say is not from where you're from. Like, I had to evaluate it, and it's like, I think it's because my parents are pretty cool people. Like, my dad's a football coach and teacher. Y'all know who I'm talking about. I called him before he retired like a couple years ago. I was like, "Hey man, what do you do during the day?" He's like, "You need to mind your own business is what you need to do." "Yes, sir, coach." My mom's an English teacher and a maniac. That's what she does. Sure, her name is Storm. Yeah, that's weird, right? I was in my 20s before I was like, that is weird. Because when you're little, you're just like, I guess everyone's mom's named after an American gladiator. That's how it is. That's Steven's mom, Laser. I lived in Seattle for a while, and they came to visit my parents. And there's a WNBA team there named the Seattle Storm. And I was like, "Is there anything you guys want to do while you're here? Like anything special?" And my mom was like, "I want to go see that Seattle Storm play." And I was like, "Why?" She's like, "'Cause their name's I Hate You So Much." Smart ass. I was like, professional smart ass. I had no interest in going in the game, and my dad was like, "I like fundamental basketball." You gotta listen to him, he's kinda mean. So I got them tickets, they went to the game, they came back. My dad walked past me like nothing happened. I was like, "Hey Mom, what's going on? How was the game?" "It was great, I think I might be homophobic." What happened at the game? She's like, "Well, they were great seats. Thank you so much. We're down close, and action started happening. We were having fun, and then there was like a timeout, and then there were a lot of lesbians there." I was like, "You don't have to whisper that word. That's their preferred word." She said, "Okay. Well, there are a lot of... I can't not whisper it. I don't know why." I was like, "Okay, there are a lot of lesbians there, Mom." "Yeah." And she was like, "Yeah, and then when there's the timeout, they'd all start making out and like their tongues going everywhere." I was like, "Oh, I don't like this." I was like, "Huh. Well, if there had been a bunch of straight couples there making out during the timeout, would that have bothered you?" "Yes. Stop making me see your tongue in public. I don't like that." I'm like, "Oh, Mom, you don't like public displays of affection, PDA. You're not homophobic." And she was like, "Oh, thank God." It's in there. I didn't like it, but it was in there, you know? And that was the moment where I was like, oh, this is how I am the way I am. Because my neurotic mother, my whole life, has been like, have you worried about something that doesn't exist and can't happen yet? She go worry about that.
3 months ago, there was a shooting on our street. Nobody got hurt, but here's what happened. Someone came by in the middle of the night and shot 3 shots in 3 consecutive doorways. Boom, boom, boom. And just to give you an idea of the street, if they would have kept going, the next doorway would be a yoga studio. All right? So the yoga ladies went insane. They were like, this place has bad vibes! You know, they were mad. And then the real estate agents were like, how are we gonna sell these apartments for millions of dollars now? And then the families were like, is this a safe place for our children? And everyone wanted to know what the shooter looked like. That's all they cared about. They were like, what does the shooter look like? What do we know about this guy? Was he black? Was he white? Hispanic? What do we know about this guy? What does he look like? And then news came back that the shooter was a woman. Yeah. And the conversation totally changed. Oh, yeah. Everyone was like, oh, did she get him? I mean, clearly he had it coming, but did she get him? The yoga ladies were on board. They were like, we will finish the job, you know, just whipping around their mats. The real estate agents were using it as marketing. They're like, the kind of street where a woman's in charge. Even the families were like, you know, you can stand up for yourself like that woman did. She was a hero, and the only thing they cared about how the woman shooter looked was if she looked satisfied.
I'm overweight, but you don't care. I wear it well. I shop at Lucky Brand Jeans. That's what you do. They know how to accommodate someone who's heavy. I go into a Banana Republic, they're like, he's fat, sir, he's fat. Get him out of here. He's not leaving. Throw fabric at it. You go into a Lucky Brand Jeans, they're like, come on in. This is home. Let me guess, you're a size 36, right? Sure. Don't worry, everything in the entire store is a size 36. Some of it's smaller, some of it's bigger, a lot bigger, but let me tell you, it all says 36 on it. Even the shirts, even the underwear. 36, 36, 36, baby. When you walk out of here, you're still gonna be a big, heavy guy, but people are gonna see you in the streets and they're gonna go, hey, that fat guy can do something for me. And you'll like it so much, you'll be back. Oh yeah, you'll be back. Because it's Lucky Brand Jeans, they fall apart in 3 weeks. You'll be right back, baby. I look good, I would have looked better in another time. I look like the 9th hottest movie star from 1949. Back when you did not have to be sexually attractive to be a male movie star in cinema. You could be a famous person on a big screen and come out and be like, well, yes, darling, of course I've got my swim trunks up above my belly button. I'm a man, after all. I've almost got them up above my nipples because I'm a real man, I'll tell you that. That's right, I've got 3 towels around my neck. You can't tell quite how beefy I am. I've been swimming and smoking all day. Wouldn't you say it's about time for a cocktail, darling? I like that. I mean, I love that whole world. I love the whole world. I was the other night, I was at a bar watching Turner Classic Movies. That's what my life is like. Great. And there was a bar guy next to me. You know a bar guy? One of these guys that's like, hey, you want to talk to me? I haven't talked to anybody since last night when nobody wanted to talk to me. They just show up at 12:30 and then they disappear at 2:30, you know, right after last call. All right, and he kept needling me. He wanted to talk about the movie. He was like, hey, Casablanca, they couldn't make a movie like this today in Hollywood, could they? And I knew what he wanted, and I didn't give it to him. He kept elbowing me. He was like, a motion picture such as this would never be made in the Warner Brothers of today's regime. He wanted me to wheel around and be like, yeah, I agree with you. Hollywood is way too woke today to make an anti-Nazi movie. Can't make Casablanca today. I thought about it. I didn't want to talk to him about it. I wanted to bring it to the jury, all of you people. Thought about it. I was like, yeah, what? Could you? Yes, why not? Let's make Casablanca. I don't care if it's good or bad. I just want to sit down and watch it. I want to see a Casablanca that's made today. Whoever plays the part of Rick is there up all night, drowning their sorrows, and he's like, of all the safe spaces in all the world, she or they had to wander into my nonprofit. That's right, it's a CBD cigarette. I'll have as much of it as I want and it won't hurt my lungs. Give me another White Claw. I can drink White Claws all night. Play it again, Shazam. You played it for her or them. You can play it for me, Shazam. Thank you. I'm from 1980. I've slowly time traveled here in an unimpressive but achievable manner. The tail end of Generation X. For a hot minute, all the 1980 kids really tried to pull a fast one on America. And they were like, actually, we're neither Gen X nor millennial. We're something in between. Call us gazillennials. Here's 35 think pieces to try to convince you. And I was like, I was like, shut up, you're embarrassing all of us. We got stuck on the uncool train, you cannot hop off. You're Gen X, deal with it. Yes, and the younger Gen X people don't understand some of the things about the older Gen X generation, like Elvis Costello, but like, that doesn't make you your own generation. And if there's something I believe in more than anything in this country, it's the generation, like designating and criticizing generations. That's what this country was built on. That's an important industry in this country. It employs tens of thousands of people. Generational science, of course. As a generational researcher, I have many things to say about the topic. If you're following generation science, as I like to call it right now, they have a controversy. You look at a Wikipedia page of any generation, they don't know what to call the next ones. They had Gen X, they had Gen Y, now they're at Gen Z. They're the ones growing up and showing up places, and now they're like, what do we call the next people? What could possibly come after Generation Z? We're at the end. I suppose we could round the horn and go to AA or something. Reset the system. My God, who could have foreseen it? Why did you start the countdown at the third to last letter of the alphabet? You had 23 other options to enter. I know the answer to that. The answer to that is Generation X was the first generation of people that had to be shamed en masse. Before that, all the generations were just compliments. They are the greatest generation. Well, they're the silent generation. These ones, they're the baby boom. Bop, bop, baby boom. We're just babies. We fucked everything up, but we're babies. I'm a 75-year-old baby that owns everything. It's not my fault. Generation X was the first group of children where they were like, get rid of, these kids suck, boo, X. There was an infamous cover of a Newsweek magazine where there was a baby in front of a television, like the movie Poltergeist. They were like, look at this poor, stupid child watching TV at home. Yes, you bought it, Dad. They're watching music television. Was it gonna always only ever be the McLaughlin group? I wanna know who are the designated jackasses at Newsweek magazine whose job it is to criticize a generation every 30 or 40 years. Is it an editorial board, or is it like one old monstrous crypt keeper nightmare monster who's like underneath the Newsweek magazine building, frozen, and then they just unfreeze him every few decades. I have been summoned. That means our new cohorts must be shamed. Bring me one of these children. Yes. The new one. Young, so very young. Lazy. Yes. These ones do not appreciate the value of hard work, do they? It's their fault. The housing market has plateaued. Yeah. Make sure she has nothing. But just to clarify, I'm in agreement with those people. They don't advertise to me in a coherent way at my age. They know how old I am. All the advertisers know how old you are. They're like, oh, you clicked on a few things on the internet. We know you're a 40-something male in America. They even know on the radio. They could tell. They're like, he's listening to Led Zeppelin. He's old. Some of you are like, wait, I'm not old. I listen to Led Zeppelin. Look in the mirror tonight. Bring me the child. I'm expected in my 40s to have a lot more money than I actually do. The advertisers assume you've got money to spare. They kind of know what year you're from, so they're like, hey, remember when you were a kid and you had a Nintendo and you gave it up and you got a Sega Genesis? Well, similarly, it's time to hop out of that Mercedes and squeeze into a new BMW. You're in your 40s, and I'm like, please, calm down, please. I have a bus pass on me, and I know it has $14 on it because I'm using it. I have a reckless nightlife lifestyle. I eat junk food, I'm up late, I drink a lot. I'm here with all of you tonight. What do you think we're doing tonight? This is what it's like for me every night, okay? If I want to feel seen, I need advertisements that sound like they're for a luxury car commercial, but it's actually just for just junk food. Introducing the all-new Doritos D25i. A luxury snacking experience unlike any other in the impulse aisle. Expertly crafted with bespoke spices, xanthan gum sourced in the Alps mountains, and a sodium salt power of 150% of your recommended daily allowance. The Doritos D25i, with a surprisingly crunchy exterior and a sassy, vitamin-rich interior. It'll have you reevaluating what is possible in a snacking chip experience. Drop into your Southern California Dorito dealer for a test taste today. Thanks, yeah. I'm ready to sell out. I've got the fucking voice for it. I like paying attention to ads. I don't have a lot of ads at home on TV, but when I'm on the road and I go into a hotel, I'm like, yes, now I get to check in with TV the way America watches it, with ads. You watch cable TV in a hotel room now, half the country still watches TV that way, and it's just, all it is just commercial advertisements and hurricanes. That's all cable is now. You go into a hotel and they're like, oh, you want a room? We got televisions in all of them. Old-fashioned, hand-cranked, rotary-operated television. It runs on commercials. Come on, Jenny, turn it on. All you gotta do is pump in a commercial sponsor and she'll shoot out a motion picture. Just like a Nickelodeon machine. You see these ads on TV and you realize they've been doing some of the same campaigns for decades. You'll see some ad campaign, you're like, I remember that. Like an old soap opera where you re-encounter it and you're like, that's still on the air? Tom Selleck is still doing the reverse mortgage commercials. It's been 20 years. He's on every network an old person could possibly tune into, even accidentally. There's Tom Selleck. Hey folks, it's me, Tom Selleck. It's not my first time at a rodeo. I'm following you from channel to channel, yeah. It's me, Tom Selleck. Believe it or not, the mustache has a harder time breathing than the man does. Now, they no longer bother to tell you that getting a reverse mortgage is a good idea. That's not part of the pitch in the commercials. Now it's just Tom Selleck defending himself for being in the commercial as he's doing it. Hey folks, it's me, Tom Selleck. Some people have said it's somehow unethical for me to be in these reverse mortgage commercials that I'm doing right now. That's right. You should feel comfortable. You're in a referendum right now. You're on a referendum of whether I, Tom Selleck, am an honorable man. And let me ask you, you're gonna look me in the eye to wandering eye, Tom Selleck, and you're gonna tell me I'm trying to take money out of the pockets of America's seniors? An old lady walks by behind him. He can't help himself. He's like, give me your purse, bitch! I do admire, I admire the audacity of an ad campaign that takes on word of mouth as the enemy, which must be destroyed. At this point, everyone in America has had to tell an older person in their life, hey, whatever you do, don't get a reverse mortgage. Tom Selleck is like, yeah, fuck your grandson. He used to masturbate to me back in the 1980s. Now I'm cashing in. Think I wore all these Hawaiian shirts this whole time for no reason. Now it's my turn, Tom Selleck. The ads always took place in a country lane somewhere where you're supposed to feel comfortable about a shady real estate deal. Like a dirt road, a leaning fence, tall, waving trees. Now, they're moving fast. They don't have the same budget anymore. Now the production, they're like, Tom, we don't have the location for real, but nobody's here. Let's get the shot off. So the ads are now just a little more desperate. Tom Selleck closes the door of a vehicle that's still running, and he's like, reverse mortgage, Tom Selleck, come on. Follow me further into the woods and see what happens. I think Tom Selleck's trying to mug me.
How many of you, by round of applause, have ever had an anxiety attack whilst high? On marijuana specifically. Okay. I feel like other substances are designed to freak you out. Weed's supposed to mellow you out. So if you've never had an anxiety attack whilst high, imagine something terrible and then make it unexpectedly worse. So it's like being bitten by a snake, which already sucks. You're already like, oh God, oh no, oh no. And then as the snake slithers away, it hisses the name of your ex. Samantha. Fuck you, snake, did she send you? Tell her I died in another woman's arms. And tell her that woman begged you to bite her as well so she could join me in the afterlife. But no, then tell her that I stopped you from biting her and let you bite me some more because I wanted you to live your best life. Tell her I'm not selfish. Tell her I'm not selfish. I am so fucking bad at smoking weed. I want to be great at it. I want to be a great stoner. It's all I've ever wanted. I've tried for 25 years to be great at smoking weed. I'm terrible at it. Because I have OCD. Right? In my experience, you cannot mix OCD with THC. OCD, it's a disorder, obsessive compulsive disorder. THC, the active ingredient in marijuana, we all know, stands for tetrahydro, can I get an eighth, right? In my experience, when you mix the two, you get an entirely new acronym, COCDTH. COCDTH. Stands for constantly overanalyzing certain deviant traits of humanity. That's what happens to me, okay? If you also have OCD, and statistically speaking, 30% of you do. So, our brains are like never-ending parades of intrusive thought. It never ends. It could be anything from, throw shit at that baby! Throw shit at that baby! To, join the Marines. Do it right now. Those were today. I didn't act on them. I did not do those things. I didn't howler monkey a baby and then join the Corps to avoid prosecution. But I thought it. And those are mild examples of intrusive thought, PG examples, right? And I know. All thoughts are intrusive, right? They just pop into your head, but a non-OCD brain can scare away the twisted ones with logic and whatnot. Not an OCD brain invites those thoughts to squat for a while in your cerebrum and sets up a glory hole in our frontal lobe for other perverted thoughts, right? I keep doing it. I keep smoking weed. I shouldn't, but I keep doing it. There's a reason behind it, but it's hard. Wait, first of all, here's the thing. Here's something you gotta know about me before we go on here. I piss like this. You have to know this. Everywhere I piss, I'm pissing like this. For 20-something years now, I piss like this. Because I spend all day, every day, thinking about what makes strangers laugh, right? I need one for me too. And this one's for me. I find this hilarious. You can't be mad at the world when you're pissing in this stance. Like a coach. Like a PE coach. Like a PEE coach, like a P coach. You can't be mad. See? Because even when I'm not high, just normally, I am in my head constantly digging up things to stress out about. Yeah, oh my God, my album sucks. I haven't even released it yet. Jesus Christ, is COVID my fault? I did go to China that one time, and I did eat bat. Did I bring it back? Is this all my fault? Did I vote for Kanye? I can't remember. I was drunk when I voted. Probably shouldn't vote drunk. Did I sell my soul to the Disney Corporation? I can't prove I didn't. I can't prove I'm not owned by the Disney Corporation. My soul is just a corporate whore. I'm just You can't take the world seriously when you got a bunny hop shake. Right. And so being from here, so New Orleans, Louisiana, where we are, in case you forgot. Okay? It's a fantastic city that people travel to from around the world to piss all over. It's kind of fucking annoying. But I don't know, I mean, New Orleans is a kinky town. Maybe it's into it. I don't know. If corporations can be considered people, I guess a municipality could be into golden showers. It's it's world famous. Make no mistake about it. People know it for, they know this city for its culture in general. The music, the food, right? The nightlife, the festivals, the ghosts. The architecture, its inability to evacuate its citizens on time in the face of a Category 4.5 storm. Very famous for that as well. But also the resiliency to stay put and rebuild when the Bush administration was like, well, they want help? Did they vote for us? And we were just like, and rebuilt, and here it is. One of the few cultural meccas left in this country. It's a fantastic place. Right? And it's not just drunkards. I've seen all kinds of people here. Bible thumpers, holy rollers, scripture peddlers, proverb slingers, Jesus dealers. For what drug is more addictive than he upon high? Oh, they love New Orleans. I love seeing those fucking... Just go get them. See them out there with their matching T-shirts, with whatever scripture they're slinging that week. Jebediah 1369. Yeah. They all got their matching signs like, repent! Repent or burn in hell! Which I think those signs only make people want to go harder. No one wants to be saved whilst they are sinning. You gotta get to them just before or just after. In the moment, the reminder of what they're doing just makes them want to double down, I think. I bet there's a guy who was just out for a couple beers with friends and then saw all these signs about going to hell and was like, fuck it. Fuck it. I'm gonna cheat on my wife first, gonna do that. I'm gonna Google the 10 Commandments, break them all tonight. I don't give a shit. If I'm going to hell, I want to arrive in a chariot, boy. I love They always have a cross. I love when they set up the giant cross in the middle of the street. I am disappointed that it's not a crucifix, which means someone would have to be nailed to it. And if they were true believers, they'd nail one of them to it. I would love if that would be insane. But I would respect it. If that were their tactic, they were out on the streets like, Jesus died for your sins, just like Stuart is right now. Stuart, tell the people how much pain you're in. Tell them. Preach to the people, Stuart. Tell them what it's like saving their souls. Tell them the word of the... Stu. Hey, Stu. Come on, hey. Okay, shit, he bled out. He bled out. Now you get to meet Jesus personally, you lucky son of a gun. That ain't martyr, the Lord took it. Y'all felt that too. See? Even here on a Thursday during Carnival, you bring up Jesus. I felt it from a few of you. A collective puckering of the ani. Come on now, what y'all scared about, babies? Come on now. Y'all got to trust Uncle Sean. I ain't gonna tell you no, I ain't about to bash Jesus Christ. No. So unpucker those collective ani. Come on. I'm a very spiritual person, okay? On June 17th, 2021, I'm very good with dates. I was back home here visiting. It was my first time home since this whole COVID situation kicked off. I'm visiting, I'm out at bars with friends. I leave this one bar, I'm crossing Bourbon Street, and there they are, the Jesus lovers in full regalia. They're back. And the leader has a megaphone, and he's repeating this phrase. He's going, Jesus loves you, but I love Jesus. Jesus loves you, but I love Jesus. Jesus loves you. And then he stops and looks me directly in the eyes. I was just standing there, 10 feet away, giggling like a lunatic. Because I had thought of a response, and his silence invited me to respond. So I simply shouted back, then you should marry him! See? I wasn't being a dickhead. That was just a playful little jab. Also a veiled shot at the Catholic Church's stance on gay marriage, specifically in the South. According to them, that guy couldn't marry Jesus even if he wanted to. And that's fucked up, because they're in love. Telling me that's not love? You heard how much pain he was in, having to share Jesus with the rest of us? Jesus loves you, but I love Jesus. And as me and this gentleman are just having this momentary awkward stare down, what happens next is why I will forever believe in a higher power, because it was just too good to be random. Right then and there, this woman comes stumbling out of a bar, out of Johnny White's saloon, just to give you coordinates, right? She comes stumbling out, just hammered, as if shoved out by the hand of something divine. Or a bouncer, we'll never know. But, so, hammered on the streets now, in high heels, the perfect drinking shoe, ladies. Right? She was looking like a Bourbon Street gazelle. Like a rosé raptor. And she stares at this cross for a few seconds and then very loudly goes, I would completely fuck Jesus. And then stumbled on, and I laughed a hearty laugh, Because I'd never heard it phrased that way before. How do you completely fuck someone? Like you make them come 10 times and then steal their identity? Does Jesus even have a credit score? If so, would you want it? It's probably not that good. He didn't come back when he said he was gonna. It's probably just average, like 666, you know? I laughed at those words, but those Jesus lovers were mortified. They reacted to her like what she actually said was, es tu nectos da spiritus sanctus, es von parabitis, es mortem dus, es mortem dus. For she had lusted over the body of Jesus Christ. She lusted over the body of our Savior. But where does it say that you could not bang Jesus Christ? Where in the good book is it written that thou shalt not bestow our Lord and Savior with a healthy serving of some ass? He died for us and came back. I know people who have put out over far less than that. I know people who have fucked because there was an Uber surge. Thank you. Don't know if the mics picked that up, but that was a snort. Thank you. Every time an audience member snorts, a comedian gets a wish. So, thank you. It's Jesus I'm talking about. Everyone here would sleep with Jesus Christ. Need I remember Jesus. I'm not talking about Steve Bannon. I'm talking about Jesus. We don't focus on the specs enough. He was probably like 6'3", 170 pounds, all muscle, built like an Olympic swimmer for Christ's sake, for his sake. Limber, athletic. You know Jesus Christ was athletic. And I don't want to offend anyone. I'm not just saying that because he was black. Guys, also the Son of God. That helps. Exactly, you heathens. You'd bang the shit out. If Jesus had come back to New Orleans and was like, let's not do this rapture thing. I want to just live for a few decades. Moved here, moved to the Marigny or the Bywater or whatever the Brooklyn of New Orleans is now, right? Opened up a Krav Maga studio and like a pour-over coffee shop and like a shuffleboard bar, you know? Or he's already got that good Dr. John beard, you know? Got that good beard, pulls his hair back in a man bun or cornrows, whatever, right? And see him rocking a full Lululemon outfit, just walking his Shiba Inu pit bull mix. Off leash, duh. People are running up to pet it like, is this a rescue? Like, no. He's a resurrect. Say hi, Lazarus. Say hi. What? Jesus will be laying more pipe than Local 188, baby. Greenpeace would have to set up shop here to protest all that drilling.
And now I'm single for the first time in a decade. It's crazy. 10 years. I haven't been single in 10 years. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. It's wild. Like, I was with this woman for 6 years. Before that, I was married for 4.5 years. Like, the last time I was single, Barack Obama was in his first term as president. Tinder hadn't been invented yet, and people weren't openly talking about eating ass. Yeah, the times have changed. These 20-year-olds, they're psychos. They're out there eating ass. I don't give a fuck. I'm not doing it. Call me old-fashioned. I'll do anything but eat your ass. Actually, that's what I'm gonna write on my Tinder profile. I'll do anything but eat your ass. I'll co-sign on a loan. I got great credit. I got an 810. Yeah, I don't know if you know shit about credit scores. That's a fucking good one. I own a 2016 Toyota Prius, paid for it in cash with dick jokes. I own a car. I'm not eating your asshole. Fuck off. This is totally true. 20-year-olds were actually eating so much ass at the beginning of the pandemic. New York State Governor Andrew Cuomo had to send out an email telling them to calm down on the eating ass. Do you know how much ass you have to eat to get the government involved? I imagine it's ass by the pounds. I do not know. 20-year-olds, you're gross. Knock it off. It's disgusting. I shouldn't talk shit, though. I was the grossest 20-year-old in the world. I think between the years of like 2001 and 2011, I brushed my teeth like 3 times. I know, I might as well have been eating ass. My breath already tasted like it. Also, 20-year-old men, Irish Spring, that is not soap. That is the government cheese of soap. Knock it off. Get yourself something with an oatmeal in it, something that exfoliates. You're worth it. You know what? I'm lying to you guys. I probably would have ate ass in my 20s. I probably would have, because I didn't have any confidence in my 20s. I didn't really like myself that much in my 20s. That's why I drank a lot in my 20s. And alcohol, the reason was alcohol will give you confidence. And I know that for a fact, because one time when I was drunk, I invited a woman back to my apartment when I knew I didn't have electricity. Yeah, she came too. Or she didn't come, but she like showed up and then left. You guys know what I mean. That's not even the most embarrassing thing I ever did in my 20s. This is totally true. One time while I was having sex with a woman, I said to her, "I can't believe you're letting me do this right now." Yeah, I know. Have you ever seen someone realize they made a mistake while you're inside of them? I know. I don't know what the opposite of getting wet is, but I definitely did that for her, so that was kind of cool. I got to feel like a magician. I was like, where once there was a river, now there's a desert. I actually said ta-da at the end. It was pretty fucked up. I feel bad for people in their 20s. The 20s is the hardest period in your life. Nobody tells you that. The 20s is the roughest period in your life. Your 20s is like a second puberty, but instead of getting hair on your balls, you have to learn how to pay your own vision and dental. It's bullshit. It's so hard. Like when you're in your 20s and you go through a breakup, you're like, oh my God, my life's over. I don't know what I'm gonna do. When you're in your 30s and you go through a breakup, you're like, oh my God, I need a new fucking mattress. Like when I was in my 20s and I was so poor and broke living in New York City, starting out in stand-up comedy, my room was so small, I couldn't have a regular size bed in there. I had to have a bunk bed. Yeah, try being 26 and picking up a woman with a bunk bed. She'd be like, hey, you want to go back to your place? And I'd have to be like, hey, are you afraid of heights? And you can't have crazy wild sex in a bunk bed. That shit's not happening. There's only 2 positions, sideways and disappointed. That's it. Yeah, like if a girl has to get on top, that means I'm underneath the bed jerking off. I used to tell women too that I had a loft bed, but then they thought we were going back to make love in my loft apartment. When the truth is they were about to get side fucked in what used to be somebody's coat closet. Also, 20-year-old dudes in here, I want to give you a piece of advice. Because I had a hard time with women in my 20s, and I want to tell you this because I want a woman to fuck you more than once, right? Yeah, because here's the thing. If you're a 20-year-old man and you're in here, there is a device that you can buy that you can keep in your bedroom that will greatly increase the chances of a woman having an orgasm, and it will greatly increase her chances of her coming back to have sex with you again. And it's a very simple device. You can get it anywhere, and it's called a bed frame. You hear that? Those are some women who fucked some starving artists right there. Yeah. Get your fucking mattress off the floor. No woman wants to be fucking a dude whose mattress is on the floor. Look, and I'm not even saying that shit needs to be like West Elm. Get fucking 4 cinder blocks and a piece of plywood. Yeah. They'll be like, he has goals, he has aspirations, he has hopes. No woman wants to be banging a dude and be reminded how close she is to her bottom. Both physically, emotionally, and mentally. I'm not even trying to fuck anybody right now. I'm sure, I don't give a fuck right now. Like, you know what I mean? Like in your 20s, you're trying to fuck. I don't care. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not available right now. I'm not. Like, and I'm not in a relationship, and I'm not single. What this is happily alone. That's what I am right now. Yeah, it's the best. It's the best. I know someone will fuck me in my 30s. That's the difference. Like, I know someone will fuck me now because I have skills. I bring shit to the table. You know what I mean? Like, I know how to roast a whole chicken. Yeah, I own a La Creuset. That's French cookware. Someone will fuck me. 20-year-old men, pick up skills, buy spices. Spices are the things that go in cabinets. Cabinets are what I used to put empty Jack Daniels bottles on top of. Yeah, because I thought that was art in my 20s. I was like, look at all I've accomplished.
You guys still support essential workers? Of course, I'm talking about the brave men and women who started an OnlyFans during the pandemic. And that was me. So you can bang your pots and pans now, bitch. No, it's not what you think. Don't get excited, pervs. Don't get excited, you little pervs. Don't get excited, you little sick perv. No. It all started, the way most things start, On Twitter. I don't know if you can tell, I like to have a little fun. Kind of a fun guy. So, one night, I was feeling a little bit wily, and I tweeted out, I said, hey, on OnlyFans, can you just do feet, or do you have to show a hole? Innocent, just trying to connect with my community. See what's happening out there in the culture, the zeitgeist. Now, I don't know why I tweeted that. Who can ever say what inspires an artist, but... I swear to God on my life, I was just having fun. I had no idea the foot thing was real. No idea. I tweet that out, leave, come back, and then something crazy happens, crowd. 1 retweet, 2,000 retweets, 10,000 retweets, 50,000 retweets and counting. And I said, hey. I said, hey, what's going on here? What is going on here? What in tarnation is going on here? And I looked in those replies, and what I saw was disgusting. Men, as it turns out, are not well. I looked in those replies and I was like, I subscribe, bitch. I call your feet, bitch. I subscribe. So I knew I had to start an account immediately. I had an account within 45 minutes. My friends were like, did you use your real name? I said, yes. How the hell are these little pervs supposed to find me? But as many of you know, I'm an honest gal. So I wanted to be straight up from the jump. Honest. Because that's how you create longevity in business. by being an honest Abraham. So what I did, I made the title of my OnlyFans, Blair Socci, ankles down, no hole. Blair Socci, ankles down, no hole. Everybody's clear from the jump. My purse, my patrons, my unwell men. This page is clean as a whistle. Feet only, bitch. You want something whorish? You're gonna have to go to my Instagram. But all these men started subscribe. Money was raining down on me. It was crazy. I was ready to leave this shit behind like it never even happened. I was like, I didn't even know it could be this easy. All these men were subscribing. I don't know who they were. Maybe it was you. Or you. You were definitely in on the ground floor. But remember, this all happened within 45 minutes, so I was going in raw, bitch. These were unpedicured feet. I still had hair on my big toe. And I just cannot ever imagine purchasing something without viewing the product first. Men, as it turns out, not smart consumers. But I was having the time of my life. I was stepping on electronics. Oh, like I'm not gonna stomp a calculator for my guys. Oh, you gotta be out of your goddamn mind if you think I'm not stomping a calculator for my guys, okay? I stomped a bushel of bananas, I made that shit go splat. Turns out I'm a foot innovator. I stomped a pie. Oh, the purrs love when you stomp a pie. Oh, the purrs go nuts when you stomp a pie. The purrs go fucking berserk for a pie stomp. But then I got a horrible call. A call that will stay with me till my last dying breath. And it was my agents. They said, "Hello, Blair?" I said, "Hello." Agents. And they said, Blair, do you have an OnlyFans called Blair Socci, ankles down, no hole? And I said yes, because I was verified as hell. And they said, you have to take that down immediately because you auditioned for Disney. A lot. And casting directors are gonna think you're doing porn. And I said, oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no, 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 no. No, no, no. No, they will not think I'm doing porn because it says Blair Socci, ankles down, no hole. No hole. No hole. Nobody's confused. Not Disney or my guys. So then I was forced at gunpoint to take it out, to take it down after 24 hours. I was robbed that day. I said, oh, I'm sorry, I've been doing my part to prevent school shooters in America. What have you guys been doing? Yeah, I would have done 100K in 3 months. Bella Thorne would have been crying because there's a new bitch in town. Now the only thing I have left is just to like randomly once in a while show my feet on my Instagram just to as a nod to my guys to be like, yeah, I miss you. I see you. I'll never forget everything we shared. We were all robbed.
I grew up in a small town called Crossville. And when I tell people in Los Angeles where I live, like, hey, I'm from a small town in Tennessee, and they're always like, oh, like Chattanooga? I'm like, no. That's a city. They're like, no, it's kind of, I've been there, it's like a small town. No. No, that's a city. I don't even know how to explain to you what a small town is now. Okay, here's how small the town I'm from is. When I was in 5th grade, my older cousin went to a field party, got in a fight, and killed a dude. In high school, the dead dude's sister asked me to the prom. That's a small town. Not a lot of options. I had to decline her offer, though, because my father made a solid point when he went, I don't know about that. She might have forgot, but I don't think her daddy did. People in the South love that joke so much. They love it. People outside the South just get sad. People in the South are like, those are just 2 good daddies right there. That's all that is. You gotta play the hand dealt with you, man. That's what it is. I did that joke on the Conan O'Brien program a couple years ago, and I thought it was like a clever way to be like, hey, here's who I am and where I'm from, in a funny, put it together, And America would be like, yeah. But no. All America wanted to know was like, tell me about that murder. Is there like a podcast I can listen to? 48 hours? First 48. ID channel? Forensic Files. My favorite murder. I was like, I think it's just a normal murder. I don't know. And they won't let it go. They just stand there looking at me like, well, tell me about that murder. I'm like, I wasn't there. I was in 5th grade. I think you had to be in 6th grade to get to that party. But I've realized like people want to hear about this thing. And I've also realized like it has shaped who I am as a human being, and it's probably why my sense of humor is kind of dark. So I'm gonna talk about some messed up stuff here in a little bit in a very hysterical way. And that's how I handle trauma in my life. Is I make it super funny and then I charge people to come hear about it. So, if that bothers you, you should go now, because it's gonna get weird. Because some fun stuff happened when I was in 5th grade. There's one lady, yay, dark stuff. Which is a weird voice to hear that. Yay, I like that. So what happened? This country strong man, and I'm in Colorado, I don't have to really explain what that is, but Other places I do. They're like the movie? I'm like, no, what? No. No, Country Strong is like, it's someone that's not like ripped or shredded. They're mostly fat, but it's the strongest person you've ever seen in your whole life. They fight like this. I learned from cartoons. I've never lost. You just hear them say stuff like, Daddy got the tractor stuck, so I had to pull it out. Well, Country Strong decided to do all the cocaine he could find in our little county. And as I get older, I realized that was probably not mostly cocaine. We were in the middle of Tennessee, which is a landlocked state. Not a lot of direct flights from Columbia. Hell, it could have just been fiberglass and lightning bug juice. You know what I mean? A little Kodiak for taste. So he did all of it. And I don't know if you guys have ever done cocaine, but you're here. So I assume you've smelled it. You know, when you do cocaine, it motivates you to do the worst thing you've ever wanted to do. And you're like, tonight's the night. I have the confidence. Let's do it. Yeah, this is a great idea. Yeah. How can this go wrong? Let's do some more. Well, that dude, Country Strong, he's like, you know, I've always wanted to do a murder, you know? It's in there. I'm going to do it tonight. So he showed up at the party. He found a little dude because he's not dumb. He went over and he picked him up and he started strangling him. And the dude was just dangling. And people at the party were like, stop it. He was like, I got it. Like, you're killing him. He's, yeah. Stop. Okay. And then my cousin had a gun at a party. That never gets a laugh anymore. Whole country just looks at me like, mm-hmm. Man had a party pistol, what about it? Well, my cousin pulls out his party pistol. He's like, hey, stop. And he's like, I got it. He's like, I'm gonna shoot you. And he was like, I was here first. So my cousin shot him in the shoulder, in the back, and that will make you stop killing who you're killing. But what it also does is gives you new motivation and a new target to do murder to. Because he just turned around, old Country Strong, and just made a beeline for my cousin, and my cousin shot him twice in the chest. That will kill you every time. The first one, you're like, hey. Second one, you're like, got me. My cousin tried to perform CPR, but, you know, it didn't work. So the guy died. I told you in the beginning what happens. Every time I tell this, people get sad right there. And I'm Tarantino the hell out of this story. And tell you in the beginning, and still you guys are like, oh.
I get angry when a system is broken or stupid or doesn't make sense. That's what pisses me off. And I don't direct it at anyone. You know, like when you're on a plane and the plane would land and then 10 minutes before they open the doors, everyone else on the plane stands up and just stands there putting their bags on and banging each other in the face like this. And you're just sat there in your seat, quite justifiably thinking, pack of twats! Just perfectly reasonable communal garden anger, you know. Or if you're in the bank, there's 3 desks, 2 of them are open, a customer at each, 3 people in the queue in front of you. You're thinking, right, this will take no time at all. This will be fine. And you find yourself sort of hanging around, going, well, come on, There's no movement up ahead. A few more people join the queue. You're starting to rumble. Oh, God, come on, this can't be how you're supposed to do. No, it's fine. And then a third cashier turns up. You're thinking, thank goodness. They whisper something to the second one. Turns out what they've whispered is, it's getting busy, isn't it? Do you fancy a vape? And then they leave. One desk, 30 people now in the queue. And what saves me is that I'm so volatile, I just flip. I'm so emotional that all it takes, I'm got all this energy, oh, for God's sake. And all it takes is one person in the queue in front of me to actually have an audible meltdown, and I do an emotional 180. I'm there going, for God's sake. All it takes, one person to go, oh, for God's sake. Suddenly I flip. I'm like, hey, baby, relax. It's just the bank, man. It's just money. I mean, what is money? What are the guys behind the desks, man? They're us. They're us, aren't they? They're the same guys. We're the people. We're all the people. We're all made out of stars. What even is time? It's just a shared illusion. Don't normally do this under coloured fairy lights. It's kind of... Sure, baby, I'll leave the premises. Yeah, cool, man. They say when you become a parent, you recognise that you are no longer the picture, but the frame. That's a weird concept. You're not the picture anymore, you're the frame. Do you get what I mean by that? It's like you're no longer the star of the movie of your life. You're not even the camera crew. You're just catering. That's it. And I've got these two friends. I'm not showing off, at least two. And I've known them 20 years. They're a married couple. They're both about 5 years older than me. And as long as I've known them, I've been secretly sort of, not quite copying their life, but I've been noticing the challenges they go through 5 years ahead of when I might, and trying to glean information from them. You know, they're like the canary in the coal mine, the dog in the space shuttle, they're the mouse on the unapproved antidepressants, right? I'm following them. What happens? You do that? You do? Okay, fine. I realised very recently, my friend Tom, he's 5 years younger than me, and he's been doing the same thing to me and my life the whole time, right? They're ahead of me on the timeline. He's behind. He's copying me. There are people 5 years younger than him copying him. They're doing it to people 5 years older than them. And all of us are just clinging grimly to this rope, like Shackleton through the Antarctic, howling advice to one another across the frozen tundra. What happens next? You're not gonna like it! And you're not gonna like it, are you? Because the people right at the end of the rope, they're just looking out over a crevasse. There's very little point in persevering! What's that? Something about persevering! Righto, we'll keep on persevering. And it's pointless trying to give each other advice, because today's advice is meaningless tomorrow because the terrain shifts so fast. You're there in the middle thinking, what are you going to do for money when you get too old to work? That's easy. That's when the pension kicks in, right? Shit. Did you guys get a pension? We don't need one. We've got Bitcoin. Okay. Let me know how that works out. It's insane. It's like the advice we got given the first time we were pregnant. Yeah, we. Get over yourselves. People hate that. We were pregnant. Yeah, we got pregnant again because, as it happens, apparently we couldn't keep it in my pants. The advice we got given the first time was very simple. It was always the same. Go and enjoy yourself. Go to the cinema. Go for meals out. Have fun while you can. The advice we're shouting down the line to Tom, 5 years younger than me, thinking about starting a family, the advice now is very different. The advice now is just, get money. That's the advice. Get money, and if you can, high ground. Because the one thing I was really unprepared for was the fact that I was going to become a breadwinner. For some reason, I hadn't given that any thought. I'm a breadwinner. I have to win bread. Very few places offer bread as a prize. Apparently, I've got to win it. The younger people in the room might be thinking, well, just buy the bread. You can't buy the bread, you idiots. You buy the bread, you take it back to the nest. They're like, they know. You did buy this, right? Did you buy it? You buy it. It tastes bought. No, I won it. Won it fair and square. Was it casino, was it? No, funny story. Bumped into a duck on the way home. Correctly guessed his secret name. Any other breadwinners in? Any breadwinners? No one. Just a bunch of you, bunch of bread losers. Great. But everything's now, people talk about the gig economy. It's so weird. My job is, I'm so free, right? Comedy, stand-up comedy is the ultimate 0 hours contract, right? If I want, I'm so free. I'm free as a bird. If I want to stop working, ever, I can just die. Oh, it's extraordinary. I don't want to paint my wife as some sort of grasping, bread-hungry churl. No, far from it. We get on. She's great. We have very different leadership styles, me and my wife. We're both natural leaders. I think that's quite unusual for a couple. We're we're two leaders. Most couples, a lot of couples, I think, is one leader, one follower. And if you're in a couple now and you're thinking, I wonder which one I am, I've got some bad news. Some couples, presumably, two followers, but we don't hear much from them because they don't get out. But a few couples, I think, a small percentage of couples, two leaders. Now, I don't like to ask at shows, are there any couples in where it's two leaders? Because one time at a gig, at the back of the room, a little voice went, yep. And then there was a pause, and another voice went, no, you're not. And it was... you don't want to do harm, you know. So, but I think me and my wife, it's true. We're two leaders. We've got different leadership styles. So I'm more like I'm like a loose maverick MacGyver. You know, I'm like a kind of rolling, adaptable kind of a leader, whereas my wife actually gets things done. So it's... We have to separate, we have to divvy up the labour. You know, I'm in charge of mowing the lawn, packing the car, lifting things. And my wife is the architect of all of our futures. Don't look at me like that. I'm good at packing. I pull my weight. I'm so good at packing. It's my dream one day to be going through a supermarket checkout, and when the lady says, do you need any help packing? By the end of the sentence, she realises she's in a bag for life. I just moonwalk. I climb up on the conveyor belt and pretend to moonwalk out, just slowly like that. That would be the plan. The reason I'm giving you this insight into my marital dynamic is to explain why, at the age of 44, my wife is currently trying to organise a grown-up play date for me to go on with another man in order that I make a friend. I want to be absolutely clear about this. I'm not lonely, but I moved to Bristol. I moved to a foreign city at the same time as I became a dad. So I don't get the chance to meet other dads, right? They all socialise during the evening and work during the day. I have to socialise during the day because I work in the evening because of you. And so I don't get to see them. It's just not fair. My wife can walk up to any other mum and go, hey, we should get a coffee. Should we be friends? Suddenly they're friends. Doesn't work like that for men, does it? Not the system at all. No, the system for male friendships is you've got the kids you knew at school, minus one who died, and that's it. And that's how it's always been. That's how it's supposed to be. So we met this guy. We met this one guy. Ollie was his name. We met him at at a toddler rave. That's a thing. 3 hours of banging techno on a Sunday afternoon. Load of haggard parents at the side of a church hall. 100 kids with their tops off, ripped to the tits on fruity pouches. I remember this one specifically because it was, there's always a costume theme, and this particular one was superheroes, right? And there was one particularly attractive younger mum had come dressed as Catwoman, and all of the other mums were like, oh, fuck off. It was just great. We met Ollie. Our kid was playing with his kid, and then eventually we chatted for 5 minutes, and then his kid ran off, Ollie followed him, and that was that. And then ever since then, my wife has been stalking him on Instagram in order to pimp him to me as a potential friend. Right? So I'll be washing up, and she'll sidle up to him and be like, have you seen Ollie's into martial arts and board games? And you like board games and talking about martial arts? And suddenly it's put me in the position, I'm like a kid on my first day at nursery going, I don't want to go, like that. Because I don't know how to package myself as a potential friend for a grown man. I just don't know how to do it. I've written and then deleted an introductory text to him, God knows how many times. Hello, mate. Hey, friendo. Ew, who am I? I don't even talk with the friends in my life that I love. My mate, my best mate, Noel, right? We've known each other since we were 11. We've travelled the world together. I love the bones of him, right? And I will see him for a cheeky pint once in a blue moon. It's a running joke in our household. I'll come home and my wife will go, how's Noel? And I literally won't understand the question. How is he? How is he? How is Noel? He is simply Noel. Immutable, unchanging. He reminds me of me, I remind him of him. That's why we hang out with each other. I can tell you what he thought of the movie The Suicide Squad. Is that what you mean? Is that how he is? And then she'll say something weird like, but hasn't his mum been ill? I don't know. How do you know that? Stop asking my friends questions, you weirdo. Because we don't speak with each other, we just talk at each other. We sit and conversationally groom one another like a pair of orangutans on a log in Borneo, picking fleas out of each other's fleece. Did you like the film? Yeah, yes, I did like it. You were like me. Yes, I am. Yeah. Did you enjoy Black Mirror the other day? Yes, I didn't like it to begin with, but then I did like it by the end. Yes, I'm the same. Yeah. And tell me, are you playing that the Red Dead Redemption game on the PlayStation? No, I've had to stop playing that. It's a little bit too immersive. Yes, I'm the same. Talked about this at a show in Bristol. A stranger tweeted me the following day, Stu, hey, really enjoyed the stuff about the grown-up play days. Just so you know, my friend Clive lives in Bristol, and he's free during... That's not what this is! This is not some sort of pathetic, platonic pickup line. I'm not coming out here going, hello, men. I am very lonely and I wish to play Settlers of Catan. It's not that.
I am tired of bars in America that have been ruined by the TV show Bar Rescue. If you're not familiar, it's a TV show hosted by John Taffer, a Gotham City madman who goes around and finds popular drinking establishments around the country that are just having a little bit of trouble, and he shows up and there's a loud, large bully with no talents except the wrong advice for a bar. We need TVs everywhere. That's always the recommendation. Every time you open a door in this place, you should be confronted with a television. Every game, every sport, TV. That's what makes women want to drink. He's a self-proclaimed expert in what makes women want to drink. Let me tell you what makes women want to drink. Nobody I trust more in that regard than someone who could talk pedantically down to a grown-up, responsible alcoholics as if they're children. I watched a lot of the episodes because I wasted my life, and given the pandemic that just happened, a lot of the advice leading right up to it was really bad. He was going into bars and being like, people are too spread out here. We need close quarters. Jam them together, okay? There's a patio outside. Close it. You're wasting money. Women aren't gonna drink unless they're crammed together at the bottom of the salad plate. There needs to be a television. Shared plates, okay? Am I right? Karaoke and spitting contest. I realized I just kind of stumbled into, like when you were a kid and they were like, coming up, comedy, HBO, and somebody was doing some nonsense thing. And I just did it. I just did it for you. Thank you for joining me here at the Elysian Theater. I don't know if you know this, the Elysian is Armenian. You can tell because it's the IAN at the end of it. It's the Harry and Ani Elysian Foundation. We're very grateful to them. Did Armenians make it here tonight? What? That's, well, okay. They tried to stop us, but we're here tonight at least. Been a rough couple of years for the Armenians worldwide. There was some war crimes committed against us. There was a blockade or two. And then you try to tune into the news, it doesn't get, no matter what happens to Armenians, it doesn't get on the news. You tune into CNN and they're like, the Armenians, we've heard the word, we don't know what they are. Armenians are out there, I guess. If you want to find out more, we suggest you go to tune into the BBC, they'll know. Turn on the BBC, they're not much better. They're like, the Armenians. What really are the Armenians? Armenia, a faraway land, beyond the boundaries of human empathy. Do they truly deserve human rights? To answer this question, we'll be joined this hour by two experts. One of them, a sitting cabinet member in the government of Turkey, and the other, an executive at a petroleum corporation. People are like, he's doing it! He's jamming the Armenian stuff into the special! I know Americans don't care about Armenians. I understand that. But let me try another angle. Americans really do care about a lot Star Wars. So let's try this. Armenians are Wookiees. Large, loud, hairy. They're very good at space chess. Sometimes there's bullets for no reason at all across the chest. Unfortunately, we have a language that's very hard for almost everyone to understand. Only Lord Byron and Han Solo have ever figured it out. No, Chewie, it's not Donor, it's Heroes, Chewie. Each person. Some of you are like, James, you don't even look Armenian. Yeah, well, I've been to Armenia. You know what they say there? You don't look Armenian like that. So glad to be here tonight. Yeah, wait till I lose you. So, I've been flying on Delta Airlines lately. No particular loyalty. They're a major corporation like any other, and I think they should be broken up and run by the government. I'm a Bernie Sanders supporter. For far too long, the top 1% of the top 10% of the top 1% of the first row has controlled more legroom than the bottom 90% of the right. Got us to church. So these days, for me, it's Delta. Mostly it's because when I fly there, they call me a sky priority. And I like the sound of that. At first, it's too much. You're like, sky priority? Please, I'm a regular citizen like everyone else. One man, one vote. I never asked for anything more. Please, my father was a sky priority. But then they keep repeating it. They massage your ego with it, with little perks. Oh, right this way, sky priority. A slightly shorter line. And then you find yourself agreeing with it, like, well, yes, of course. There's a certain ring to it after all. Sky priority. There's nothing wrong with that. My mother always said we were destined for greatness. Sky priority. I think I deserve a separately stanchioned entrance once in a while. Excuse me, are you staring at me? I'm going to move my bag over here. You can look in your own direction. I'm a sky priority, thank you. Well, it means that I'm a priority of these damn skies. All the airlines, they have little categories that they have to compliment you. Make you feel special because you paid too much money or you got lucky and you're in exit row or something. They have these frequent flyer programs. They've been doing these since the 1980s. And it used to start out with just gold. That was the that was what it all was 40 years ago. Congratulations, you're one of our gold members. But they had to pile on more shit to sound more special than that over the years. So at this point, gold status is the lowest category on any air. Gold is the worst. When they board the flight, they're like, we now welcome gold. Boo. Gold will board last in shame. Gold will be stuffed into the fuselage along with the luggage. Now they have all these categories that are outrank gold, and it's when you board the flight, it's just a parade of precious metals and gemstones. To get on the fucking flight, when they board, they're like, we now prepare to welcome aboard all members of the elite Sapphire Squadron. All the rest of you will bow your heads. Contemplate the sacrifice of the Sapphire Squadron. And you will kneel in respect and deference as the Sapphire Squadron. The jetway is yours. Oh, what's this? The sacred horn of the sky? What a rare and lucky day. That means that we have someone that outranks even the Sapphire Squadron. The Sapphire Squadron must yield. Yes, yield, I say. For today we welcome aboard a member of the Hermetic Order of the Platinum Chalice. Whatever it is, there's one guy. He's like, well, yes, I'm Platinum Chalice. I'm wearing my epaulets to prove it. I flew 50,000 miles yesterday. Here's the one extra bag that entitles me to excuse me. I'm a member of the Platinum Chalice. I am a member of the Sapphire Squadron, and I suggest you tread lightly. I am also beloved of this airline. Oh, the Sapphire Squadron! I've heard of you. Out of my way, dog! You will pay for this insolence once the One World Alliance hears of it. That's what's happening on Delta Airlines. That's what's happening in the shadow realm. Get into it. Open your eyes. Open your third eyes. It's true, you might have heard ahead of time if you read the notices in any newspaper that happened to smell like lavender. I am a notorious homosexual. Well, you know who's gay now. Everybody's cheering. I'm a friend of Dorothy. That's just a bartender at the bar I go to. I don't always, I'm confused people sometimes. I don't always look or sound gay places I go. Sometimes I get taken for an undercover cop at a pride parade. I get it. I'm okay with that. I understand why. I show up oftentimes with a backpack. I'm taller than 6 feet tall. That's what an undercover cop looks like. And I ask a lot of questions when I show up places. I'm like, hey, you guys are all gay, right? Yeah, me too. I'm gay. I'm definitely. Oh, I'm for sure gay. Yeah, whoa. It's so fun being gay, isn't it? Yeah. I forgot everybody's name. Could you repeat your name for me? I just forgot your name. That's all. You guys like Puerto Vallarta? Me too. What'd you bring back? Do you want to party? Do you have stuff to party with? I'm gay, and I'm also 43 years old. That's another way of saying I used to be gay. Now I'm like an advisor on campus, some old counselor who's like, why, yes, thank you for asking. I do have experience in the field you're interested in. I'm happy to offer you advice and guidance. My office hours are posted. My door is open always. Wide open, you might say. I'm never free, but I'm always available. Oh. I'm fine. I'm doing fine. There used to be people on the internet 10 years ago who would comment on my videos and be like, boy, oh boy, James Adomian, hubba hubba, I'm jerking off right now. Those people are still around, but they've gotten slowly disappointed over the years. They're no longer posting these comments on Tumblr. Now they're on cooler websites. And the comments are more like, when did James Adomian become this like burned out Brooklyn, Silver Lake, beer gut, washed up hipster? And I'm like, please have mercy on me. I'm slowly dying. I'm sorry I can't curate a look for you when it's whack-off time. I am slowly falling down a hole into hell. I also, from time to time, I can look like a failed older gay writer. I love that. The failed writer look, and for me, that's aspirational because I've never tried. And there's something romantic to me about being a like one of these over-the-hill writers who's like, I used to be important. I wrote novels and screenplays, and it's not me who grew more conservative. It's the rest of the country who got too liberal. My ideas are normal. My right-wing gay ideas, why aren't they tolerated? I was rudely thrown out of a Vanity Fair party because I refused to use people's pronouns. Why should a man of letters be burdened with pronouns? I love these guys. I love when they throw their tantrum interviews. Oh, I'm no longer allowed to write what I want to write. You have to follow me on Substack. It's catnip to me. Oh, yes, absolutely. You have a stack I can subscribe to? Please, let me see it. Like, oh, in the Soviet system, I would have been exiled to Siberia, but now, in our current regime, I'm consigned to Substack. And I'm always curious. I'm like, yes, what won't they let you write about? Let me see it. And you go there, and it's the same shit they complain about in the interviews, just on the Substack page. Over and over and over again. You scroll down their blog, and that's all Substack is. Substack is a blog. We just stopped using the word blog because it sounds like vomiting walruses. But you get there, and it's just the same complaints. Oh, I'm a right-wing gay, and they won't allow me to do it. And I'm like, yes, what's the writing that you're trying to do that they won't let you? I'm here. I came to your hovel, you persecuted writer. Show me your crumpled pages. You you have to scroll down for months into the past. Finally, 6 months previously, there's finally a post where they're like, here's a sample of my unpublishable novel. Chapter the 17th. Oh, he was wet, all right. The young, virile, gay street worker took one look at the older, gay male writer and could tell that he was wet and willing and yet wise. He decided then and there that, oh yes, he would dominate this older, gay male writer. He would force him to submit. He would have his way with his body. As they wiped their brows, the young street worker thought to himself he might roll over and perhaps learn something from this right-wing gay writer. Something wise about the country. Perhaps he might even end the night by subscribing to his Substack page.
Every coffee place requires that you give your name. My name is Opheira. Clearly, I do not put that in the hands of a barista to toy with. Because it's just every single time I say my name in any context like that, it's always like, and the name is Opheira, and they go, oh my God, I've never heard that before. What kind of name is that? And I'll tell you. So Opheira is, it's a real name. First. It's a old name. It's a old Hebrew name that didn't catch on. So. And it's very Israeli. And I have an Israeli friend, and I said, well, it's popular there, right? Right? There, you know Opheira's in Israel? And he goes, no. Old name, nobody wants it. Right. Yeah, I'm the Mabel of Jerusalem, everybody. Just call me Tel Aviv Eunice. So I have a coffee name, and if anyone here has a weird name, I want to hear it, because if you have a weird name, you get into the vibe. You go into a Starbucks or whatever, and you use your coffee name. You use your caffeine alter ego. You have your Java pseudonym that you use to get your caffeine with as little issue as possible. Okay, who has one? You have one? Okay, what's your real name? Alian. Yeah, that's way too hard. Yeah, that's got syllables, and it sounds like too many other things. All right. Okay, so what's your coffee name? Ellie.
So cute.
Nice, so cute. So cute. I love that you're like, and I am very cute as an Ellie. I'm extremely cute as an Ellie. And is that an L-L-Y, Ellie? Actually, why? You don't care. It's not your real name. Who cares how you spell it? Yeah. Yes. Who cares? Okay, my real name's Opheira. My coffee name is Joan. Joan. That's a good one, right? Joan. And it goes great. It goes over great. However, there was a misstep because I went into a Starbucks. And I was like, hey, can I get a medium coffee? And the name is Joan. And then I just waited. And the barista goes, that's my name too! And I was like, oh, no, I've never planned for this moment. And she goes, do you also hate the nickname Joni? And I was like, I've never created a backstory for my character. All I had to say was yes. Do you hate the nickname Joni? Yes. Move it on. But instead I just went, it's actually not my real name. It's not my real name. And she goes, what? She looks sort of angry and confused. And I went, no. I like that name. I like that name because it's simple. Okay, let's agree. That's not an insult. That is not an insult. Sort of sounds like one, but it's not a real insult. But she took it as one. And she goes, well, what's your real name? And I go, Opheira. And she's like, what? I go, Opheira. And she goes, that's a stupid name. And then she took the coffee cup and the Sharpie, and she wrote Joni on it. And that's how I got my coffee. Mm-hmm. Yep. I was served in more than one way at that Starbucks. And you know what? I find their employees and their coffee bitter.
The only kind of music I don't like is world music. It's the only music that's so shitty that no one country will take credit for it. You hear it and you're like, hey, Zimbabwe, that's you guys, right? And Zimbabwe's like, Speaking of airports, I was at the Rochester airport the other day. Thank you. And I was at the Rochester airport and I got off the plane and they have all these rocking chairs everywhere, like all over the airport there's rocking chairs, and I was just like, I get it. I know like the idea is like they're trying to get me to slow down and relax or whatever, but I was just like, it's not gonna work. I'm here to fuck. Some nights I don't even get that one, I gotta be honest. I stand by it. I stand by it. I've been hanging out at a Guitar Center a lot lately. I like to just go there and rip some fucking solos, you know? I'll like walk in there, I'll be some like 15-year-old kid playing the guitar, playing like Ed Sheeran or some bullshit. I'm like, give me that fucking thing. And then I'm like, you sit down, and then I just start ripping some solos, and then he's like, I want to get out of here, mister. I'm like, you sit the fuck down. And then I just keep ripping some solos, and he's like, you're scaring me, mister. I'm like, you're damn right I'm scaring you. And then I just keep ripping some solos, and then he starts crying, then his mom comes in, and she's all pissed off, but she's also like kind of turned on because of all the sweet solos I've been ripping. And I like Guitar Center because it's the only store I can think of that can get away with vaguely threatening radio ads. Like they have like the guy with like the low boomy voice, and he's like, Guitar Center, come on down. You find it anywhere else for less and we'll kick your fucking ass, you piece of shit. It's like, well, hold up a second, Guitar Center. I'll pay full price. I don't want any conflict. I was just thinking of getting some strings. I don't know. Or they'll make these offers that seem like too good to be true. They're like, Guitar Center, this Memorial Day weekend, come on down and spend over $500 and we'll let you take Chris from the keyboard department in the back and do whatever the fuck you want with him. It's like, hold up a second, Guitar Center. I was just thinking of getting a ukulele for my niece. She's shown an interest in music. I don't know. Guitar Center. This Thanksgiving, buy any guitar and amp combo and we'll let you take Don, the floor manager, out by the dumpsters and humiliate him in front of his whole fucking family. It's like, hold up a second, Guitar Center. I went to high school with Don. He's a good man. I don't want any part of this. Guitar Center. You remember that kid, Danny, that went missing the summer after junior year? He's been in our basement this whole time. Come on down and put cigarettes out on his face. It's like, whoa, hold up. There's not even anything in that for you, Guitar Center. I'm losing interest in music real fast. It's a weird store is my point. I went to Norway recently. Thank you. That's true. I got asked to do a comedy festival in Norway, so I just flew the fuck over there. And before I went, though, a friend of mine here in New York was like, Dave, how are you gonna do comedy in Norway? Do they even understand? That's how he talks. He's a fucking idiot. But here's the cool thing about Norway is everyone in Norway speaks perfect English, right? Only they only talk it. They only speak it when they're talking to you or when they're saying your name, right? So like, I don't speak a word of Norwegian, right? So I was over there in Norway hanging out with the Norwegian people, and they're just like, Norwegian, Norwegian, Norwegian. Dave Hill, and I was like, what? Norwegian, 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 Norwegian. Dave Hill, I'm like, what's going on? Norwegian, 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 Norwegian. Dave Hill, I'm like, what? So it's kind of like being a dog, right? Like, I have no idea what's going on, but I'm like pretty sure we're having a really good time. And they say my name every once in a while, and I run over. I'm like, whoa, what's going on? Are we going outside? What are we doing? And I'm like, oh, nothing. I'll go lie back down on the floor and go to sleep for 4 hours. But The best thing about Norway is the people there are like just the most gorgeous, most attractive, just tallest, most just beautiful people I've ever seen in my whole life. Like normally I'm into women, but like I got over there to Norway and like I wanted to make out with the women, I wanted to make out with the men, I wanted to make out with like little old ladies, I wanted to make out with like even littler old men, but like no one in Norway wanted anything to do with me because compared to them I'm sort of like this gnarled up little troll man. They're like, oh, that's Dave, go poke him with a stick, we'll get him in the morning. And so I was asking, I was like, what's the deal? Like, how are you guys all so attractive? I've never seen anything like it. And they're like, oh, it's because of the Vikings. And I'm like, what do you mean? They explained it to me. So the Vikings, hundreds of years ago in Norway, would get in their Viking ships and just sail all over Europe and just start raping and pillaging and plundering. That was like the three main areas of interest: raping, pillaging, and plundering. And they did other stuff, like they would like go into a bar and like run up like a huge tab, and like at the end the bartender would like give them the bill and they'd be like, oh, I forgot my wallet. Or someone would be wearing like a perfectly nice outfit and they'd be like, wow, you're really gonna wear that? But it was mostly the raping and the pillaging and the plundering. And it would go on for weeks and weeks at a time until somebody in whatever country they were in would just be like, you guys, you Vikings are just being dicks now. And they'd be like, oh, sorry, you're right, we should probably get going back to Norway. But before they would go, they would find the most beautiful women in whatever country they were in, and they would take them back to Norway and have babies and like and have families, like raise families. And like it's horrible what the Vikings did. Like I don't condone anything the Vikings did. Like you won't find anyone more against raping, pillaging, and plundering than I. Plundering I can honestly go either way on. My point is, when you go to Norway now, hundreds of years later, and you look around and you realize like it's actually worked out really well. Shame on you Vikings, but also good job Vikings. Kind of winding down here, and I want to say I'm a hopeless romantic, as many of you know. I'm a super hopeless romantic, but I mean it in like the old-fashioned sense of the word, right? Like I dream of meeting like a really great girl, and we start dating and like really get to know each other really well till I know like she's the one, right? And then I work up the courage to ask her dad how much money he'll give me to leave town and never contact her again. Thank you. You know, we joke around a lot here at Union Hall. And I think we've had quite a bit of fun tonight. Thank you. But I want to get serious for a minute. I'm lucky enough to have found someone to spend, this next few weeks with. But I know some of you maybe are not that lucky. Are there any single people here tonight? All right, so yeah, like a lot. Okay, so and any couples, any married? All right, this is for you then too. I want everyone here tonight to find someone to share your life with. So I've taken the liberty of writing pickup lines for all of you who are still looking for someone. And these are pickup lines that will work whether you're a man or you're a woman or however you identify, and whoever you're after, whatever scenario you're after for a relationship. These pickup lines will work 100% of the time. They're absolutely flawless. But these are pickup lines that will only work in New York City. So, but is there anyone here tonight who does not live in New York? What is the shitty place you live in? You sound so upset. Where do you live?
I live in the village of Catskill.
Oh, beautiful this time of year. I love that place. Anyone else live anywhere else outside of New York? Catskills. Where do you live? New Hampshire. Where in New Hampshire? Merrimack. Any other place? Any other Merrimack with Catskills? Or anywhere else?
Yes.
Where? Where?
I'm French.
You're French?
Yeah.
That doesn't answer the question.
I don't live here.
You don't live here? But where do you live?
In France.
Don't make me work that hard. Jesus. In France. It sounded, you sold it. I'll give you that. Okay. Where in France? Oh, I stumped you. Now we gotta come up with a city in that country we lied about. Oh, Lyon. I used to summer there. All right, so these, I do have pickup lines. I do have something for you, whether you live in Lyon, Merrimack, New Hampshire, Catskills. Did I forget anywhere? I fucking nailed it. But these are primarily pickup lines that will only work in New York City. And I think that this is, again, mood music would be really good for this. So let me get you started, guys. All right, jump in whenever you want. Drummer, what is that sort of jazzy thing you're doing? Stop. No, don't. Just do whatever the fuck you want. Make it sexy, make it sexy. Bring it down, guys. I didn't say to hit it really hard and then just... Jesus. Worst $40 I ever spent. All right, here we go. First one. Once again, these are pickup lines that will only work in New York City. First one. Are you the Staten Island Ferry? Because I would like to ride you entirely free of charge. All right, bring it down, guys. Once again, these are pickup lines that will only work in New York City. Are you the L train? Cause I'm about to interrupt your service. every night and weekend until April. At which point I'd like to shut you down entirely for at least the next 15 months. Anytime, yeah. All right, next one. All right, I want to throw you a little curveball. Are you the G train? Because I heard that despite rumors to the contrary, you actually come quite frequently. All right, this next one will work in the Catskills. It will work in Merrimack, New Hampshire, and surrounding areas. It will work in Lyon, France. It will work anywhere in the world, arguably. But I think it will work especially well here in New York City. Are you Starbucks? Because I'm about to destroy your bathroom. He knows what I'm talking about. All right, I just want to do like 40 or 50 more of these. All right, this is the last one. This is a pickup line that will only work in New York City between 34th Street and 57th Street. So if you work in Midtown, you're welcome. Are you the Port Authority bus terminal? Because I would like to pass out inside you. And eventually wake up in New Jersey. Thank you.
I had a beard for a while. Then I got a girlfriend who doesn't like beards, and she was really subtle about it. She'd say things like, "Oh, you have a beard, huh? Some of my friends like guys with beards." I was like, "Oh, that's weird. Some of my friends like when people say things directly." This is a true story. I got an audition for that show Billions, and I told her about it. She's like, "Do you have to shave for the audition?" Only question she had about the audition. Do I have to shave for it? No, I don't have to shave for it. It's an audition. It's not like they're going to watch my tape and go, "Oh my God, he's perfect." but this character's clean shaven. There's no easy fix for this. We'll go with Daniel Day-Lewis. My girlfriend's from rural Oregon, and she wanted to go camping. I was like, I don't know about camping. She's like, do you even know how to put up a tent? I was like, no, I don't. She's like, that's a good skill to have. What if there's an emergency and I'm incapacitated? Never thought of that. Whenever I've thought of emergencies, that one's not come up. 911, what's your emergency? My girlfriend was attacked by a bear. Sir, calm down. Do you know how to assemble a tent? I'd hoped, but I was hoping you'd send medical attention. We're not sending medical attention, sir. We're sending 5 REI employees. They'll make some s'mores and hang tight till they get there. I don't know anything about sports. My girlfriend knows more about sports than I do, and I actually asked her this question. I go, do you stand up or lie down on a snowboard? That was like 3 months ago. She just stopped laughing 10 minutes ago. I've never heard anyone laugh this loud in my life. I was like, baby, laugh at my amazing jokes, not my perfectly reasonable questions. Got to look for red flags in relationships. I like looking for red flags in other people's relationships. Especially before they even have one, that's the best. Someone's all excited about a potential new romance. They talk to me, I bum them out, it's great. A friend of mine was going on a first date, like, where are you going? She's like, we'll meet at a bar tomorrow night at 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock, ooh, red flag. But he works late at the hospital. He works at a hospital, ooh, second red flag. He's a highly respected surgeon, ooh, third red flag. He's a huge fan of your comedy. This guy sounds horrible. I got an email from my doctor's office telling me my doctor is becoming something called a concierge doctor, meaning there's a $2,300 annual fee just to see her, and I still have to pay for all the appointments. Email said it's a great program. You get a special phone number where you can text your doctor 24 hours a day. A special phone number? You mean the doctor's phone number? I can text her 24 hours a day? Okay. Dear doctor, sorry to bother you at 4 a.m. on your burner phone. But I have a really important question. Can I take a third Advil? I implore you to write back before 5. My head is pounding. It's hard finding a good doctor. Hardest doctor to find is a therapist. Went on my insurance company's website looking for a therapist. They had a list of therapists who take the insurance, and you can sort them by distance. Seemed like a weird way to find a therapist. That's the way I find a dry cleaner. Can't imagine that someone's like, I'm really depressed, but if you make me walk more than 2 minutes for excellent care, I'll be really, really depressed. Can you imagine ending up at that therapist you found sorting by distance? I'd be at that first appointment. Todd, I got to ask you, how did you find me? Oh, your office is in my building. I live directly upstairs. I woke up 11 seconds ago. Thought you looked familiar, Todd. Probably seen you in the hallway. I was also in Pootie Tang. Yeah, that was it. I've never seen you in the hallway. It was your small but pivotal role in Pootie Tang. Pootie Tang. That's a weird word to mispronounce. Hey, you said Pootie Tang wrong. Okay. I think you got the joke. Therapists have websites now. I saw a therapist's website and a link to his Twitter page. It's like, oh, do you have tour dates and merch also? I clicked on this guy's Twitter page. I saw he followed a bunch of comedians. I was like, ooh, not going to this guy. I don't want a comedy nerd as my therapist. I'll be at the appointment crying my eyes out. Doc, I feel awful. What should I do? Well, Todd, you thought of doing something nice for someone else? Maybe that'll make you feel better. Like what? I don't know. Why don't you hook me up with Bill Burr tickets? I don't know if that's going to help, Doc. Didn't help when I gave you Patton Oswalt's email address. And you got to stop writing to him. He's not going to read that script. I read somewhere that the most marked up bottle of wine on a restaurant's wine list is the second cheapest. Reason they do that is gal be on a date, too embarrassed to buy the cheapest wine, picks the second cheapest, and gets destroyed. Probably the best thing I've ever read in my entire life. It's like, who can we screw over here at the restaurant? How about a guy looking for love who's also on a budget? That's why I hired you, PJ. You're an idea man. See, this bottle of Pinot Noir costs us $1.50. Let's go $600 on this one. But I love cooking shows and shows about travel and stuff like that. I was actually on the Seth Meyers show once, years ago, and the other guest was Anthony Bourdain. I got to meet him real briefly, and I'm glad it was a brief meeting because I don't want to be backstage trading road stories with Anthony Bourdain. His would be like, yeah, I remember once I was in South America, got bitten by a snake while I was trying to eat its small intestine. Oh yeah, well, I was once at a Hampton Inn in Little Rock. And they ran out of Captain Crunch at the breakfast buffet. I get it. Poor guy must have had annoying fans when you're a travel and food expert. People running up to you on the street, hey, Anthony, here's the deal. I'm going to Malaysia, and I love turkey burgers. Anthony, best Rice Krispie treat in Paraguay. Let's hear it. Anthony, I'm going to Dusseldorf and I love empanadas. I need your top 5. I like that show, Chopped. That's a great show. 4 chefs compete for a $10,000 prize. My favorite part about that show is none of the chefs have a realistic grasp of what you can buy for $10,000. I was like, Chef, what are you going to do if you win the $10,000? Well, I've always wanted to travel around the world for a year. Flying first class everywhere. Oh, you can do that for another $1.3 million. Here's what you're going to do. You're going to fly first class to Cleveland. Take a megabus to Columbus. Fly back premium economy from Columbus with a 5-hour layover in Cleveland. Then you're out of money. Chef, what are you going to do if you win $10,000? Well, I have 6 brothers that'd love to buy them each a Rolls Royce. Here's what you're going to do. You're going to buy 3 decent skateboards. Then you make a little sign-up sheet your brothers can take turns. Chef, what are you going to do if you win the $10,000? I think it'd be great to buy my mom a house. That'd be the greatest. Buying your mom a sweet $10,000 house. Here's what you're going to do. You're going to buy yourself an updated food processor. Then the best wooden spoon. Then you can make your mom some dip, and she can enjoy it in the house she currently lives in. Not the $10,000 before taxes dream house. Also known as a $3,000 house. Also known as a used minivan. It's fun being a comedian. Work at night, have all day to have some weird days. Had a weird day recently, went to the podiatrist, then I adopted a kitten. That was my to-do list for a Tuesday. It was great. I was at the podiatrist's office, stretched out, looking down at my little toes. I was like, oh, I can't imagine anything cuter than that. 40 minutes later, holy shit, what was I thinking? Finally found something cuter than my little toes. Little baby kitty cat. It's fun being a new cat owner, get to buy her stuff. I was on Amazon looking at cat treats. Found the brand of cat treat. There's a bunch of reviews next to it. Saw there was a 1-star review. I was like, ooh. I got to read a 1-star review of a cat treat. This was the entire review. My cat didn't like this. How's that? Guy's at his keyboard. I'm gonna keep this lean and mean. My cat didn't like this. I could just see that guy at home. Hey, Pockets, come here. Got some new treats for you to try. What do you think? Oh, you don't like them? Well, don't worry. Daddy will bankrupt the company. What? Just try a different brand? Don't be so petty. You don't be so polite, Pockets. I'm going to crush them. Made the mistake of getting a kitten instead of an adult cat. That's a mistake. She's adorable, but my God, I don't know what I was in for. She attacks me while I'm trying to sleep. It's gotten so bad I've actually checked into hotels. I've checked into the closest hotel in my apartment 3 different times to get some sleep. Probably $5,000 worth of hotel rooms. It's a great check-in, though. You walk in, no bags, bleeding. So you're here for business, sir? No, actually, a kitten attacked me. Oh, where are you coming in from? Look outside. See that building 50 feet away? See that light on the 7th floor? See that kitten in the window? Yeah, the one drinking a glass of rosé. Smoking a cigarette with one of those long holders. Oh, she's holding up a sign. Todd Barry is overrated. Where does a kitty learn that word? It's incomprehensible. Supposed to brush my cat's teeth. That was sprung on me recently by the vet. You got to start brushing her teeth. I was like, okay, I wouldn't have gotten the cat. Just saying, had I known, I wouldn't have considered it for 1 second. But it's too late. I love her. So I went on YouTube looking for tutorials how to brush your cat's teeth. Thought there might be 1 or 2. There's thousands of them. All the same, none of them are helpful. They're all like, here's how you brush your cat's teeth. First, start out with the world's most relaxed cat. You got that? No, I don't got that. Shockingly, I do not have that. Place her carefully on this table specifically designed to examine animals. You can get one at your local veterinary supply store for $6,000. Now take the toothbrush and toothpaste out, watch what happens. Oh my God, she took it from my hand. She's taking the cap off the toothpaste. She's brushing her own teeth. Where'd you get a water pick, baby? She snuck off to Target and bought a water pick. Supposed to schedule playtime with the cat. I don't know you're supposed to do that. I don't want to play with my cat. I'll watch Shark Tank with my cat. We'll call that playing. Come here, baby. Sit on my lap. We're going to play. Scratch, 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 scratch. $500,000 for 2% equity. Yeah, that's bullshit. Yeah, it's bad valuation, baby. Yeah, they better have some sales. The apartment I live in charges me $50 a month because I have a cat. It's like a little spiteful pet fee they have. I remember being in the leasing office, signing a lease. Guy's like, so it's just you in the apartment? Yeah, just me and my cat. Oh, so it's not just you in the apartment. There's also something this big living there? Yeah, she's the size of my toaster. You have a toaster? You gotta come clean with me, my man. All right, I have a couple of spoons also. Okay, we're gonna go 50 for the cat, 30 for the toaster. $8 each for the spoons. I can make that joke last 19 hours if I wanted to. Think of all the objects I didn't mention. They have cat cafes now. Coffee shops with cats roaming around in them. They're great. I went to one in New Orleans. The only thing better going to a cat cafe, going to a cat cafe alone. The only thing better going to a cat cafe alone, showing up and being the only customer at the cat cafe. It was just me and 150 cats. I was just walking around like I was the king. Tell me about the gray one. Seems a bit moody for a domestic Shorthair. Why is the tabby not playing with the ragamuffin? They should be friends. Let's try your coffee. Delicious. Coffee always tastes best when you drink it near 7 litter boxes. That's a lot of cat jokes, huh? Let's change the subject, shall we? That's my cat. That's a little perch that's suction cup to the window, and then sometimes the suction cup comes undone, and I don't fix it for a while. Her name's Michaeline. She's a foreign correspondent for Al Jazeera. Close up of the face. Here, let me show you. That's her face. I hope you can't tell where I live based on that. Now you're saying, Todd, how do we know that's really your cat? Boom. Same cat as you just looked at. That's me. Happy, miserable. Happy, miserable. Oh, that's me and Slash. That's Slash. That's me. That's Slash. Slash came to my show in London, came straight from the airport. I have friends I've known 20 years who ask to be on my guest list and don't show up. Slash is like, we're going to clear customs and head right over. Oh, man. I can't show this one in New York because people get mad. I have a washer and dryer in my apartment. It's like I'm a celebrity. Of course I do. Oh, that is the front right side of my couch. It's a fancy couch. It's got exposed wood. Not sure what that is. Probably $1 million contract or something. That's the rear right of my couch. She's got more work to do on that one. Oh, that's me with Lars from Metallica. Me. That's Lars. Me, Lars. Came to my show in Northern California. Look how happy he is. Here, you know what? If you saw that guy walking down the street with that smile, you'd be like, did you just go to a Todd Barry show? Oh, that's the front left of my couch. Someone came up to me after a show recently. She's like, you know, you should get scratching posts. Oh, I didn't know about scratching posts. You mean they have special posts that they oh my God. I have 13 scratching posts. That's the rear left of my couch. That's a speaker that fell over 6 months ago. In order to fix that, I'd have to lean down and put it back upright. Oh, that's me and Charlize Theron. This is me giving a master class in how to play it cool. Thank you very much, folks. Have a good evening. Thank you very much.
No, I did just have a breakup a little while ago. It's okay, he liked MMA. But you know when you have a breakup, everything becomes like a breakup song or like a breakup shampoo. I was in the shower using Pantene Repair and Shine. And on the bottle it said, repairs damage of up to 6 months in one use. And I was like, yeah, right, Pantene. The only thing that can repair the damage of the last 6 months in one use is a coat hanger and a Kesha album. Thank you so much. Now, rude dudes are out, cozy guys are in. Rude dudes are out, cozy guys are in. 'Cause I'm a little cozy sweetie. And I need a cozy, kind man with large, rough hands who gives me back scratchies for days. Back scratchies till my back looks like it got a chemical peel. I just want to sit in the lap of this thick-thighed man and eat kettle chips till my mouth bleeds. I just want to sit in the lap of this tree-trunk-thighed man and eat chips that cause oral injury and harm. I just want to sit in the lap of this huge-bodied man while he feeds me spicy rigatoni until I see God. Until I see the ghost of my recently deceased grandma who told me to stop saying pussy on stage. No, I'm ready for my soulmate. I'm tired of running. I want to get old. I want to do old people shit. I'm tired. I'm ready for my soul. I'm ready for my soulmate. I love old people shit. I love a bench. I love to sit down. I want to do old people things like sit and eat sausages and yogurt. I hate loud music. I love radicchio. Let's die together, bitch. No, I need a kind man. I need a man so kind, he makes Mr. Rogers look like the fucking Unabomber. I need a man so kind, he makes Winnie the Pooh look like Cocaine Bear. I need a man so kind, he makes Cliff Huxtable look like Bill Cosby. No, I trained my ex-boyfriend to tell me I'm skinny. I used a gun. It was so easy to get a gun. No, I can never be stick thin because I'm a little hungry boy. I'm a little hungry boy. I want to eat like an underweight high school football player. I want to eat like the Lost Boys in Hook when Pan comes back. I hate when people say, eat to live, don't live to eat. It's like, shut up, bitch. French fries are incredible. They're like a drug that won't make you lose your mortgage and 2 kids. Shoestring fries are bullshit, though. I hate a shoestring. You guys? Yeah, I hate them. Oh, you want to demean me? You want to degrade me? You want to humiliate me into putting a whole handful of fries into my mouth just to get the equivalent of 1 regular fry? Please. I just don't think I can relate to you unless you like to unwind by blasting a rotisserie chicken over a trash can. That's sort of how I like to take a load off. I like to hunch over in private and do my little chicken shoveling raccoon private soothing in private. But I sort of just live in fear of somebody rolling up on me while I'm doing my private soothing. Because I could just do something drastic that I can't take back. I would rather a man look directly into my butthole than catch me eating a rotisserie chicken in private. I would rather piss my gray sweatpants in front of my entire high school again. Than have a man catch me eating a rotis in private.
I don't think I have it in me. I try so hard, but I think I might be even asexual. Sorry, Texas. Asexual. That's where a woman dates a man. And cause y'all, seriously, even my dirty talk with my boyfriend, I'm like, hey, you better hurry up with this nonsense. This is when I figured it out. I was doing a club in Connecticut. That's where your grandparents live. And after my show, this manager, he came up to me and he goes, Katherine, will you stay for our late Saturday show? Because every late Saturday, we have male dancers that come in. And, oh, sorry. You guys don't know what that is. Texas, sorry. I only do shows for Christians. Okay, male dancers, what is that? Your president, President McConaughey, he starred in a movie about it. Male dancers, it's like the Wiggles, but for your mom. And it's very interactive. Okay, so I was like, no, I'm tired. And the manager was like, please, Katherine, stay. So I sat in the back of the room, I had my Cobb salad light ranch. And this male dancer, he came up to me and he asked me if I wanted to dance. And I was like, no, thank you. I'm not a good dancer. And he was like, that doesn't matter. And then he tried again. This is what he did. He came up behind me and he purred in the back of my ear. And I was like, no, thank you. You're not really my type. I'm more of a horse girl. And then he body rolled down me and he breathed hot breath into my vagina. And I was like, no, just got off work, no more moisture. And, but thanks for the UTI risk. Thank God my salad has cranberries. And then he dropped his drawers and out in a banana hammock came, I was like, well, there's the horse in ya. And then it just swayed to the beat because he wasn't white. And he goes, sorry, that part's redundant. I'm sorry. And he goes, you can touch it. Now, hear me out, Christians of Houston. Listen, usually I wouldn't have touched it either, but I know, it's in that moment, I saw myself in him, you know. I was just like, I get it. I'm like you know, I'm a nighttime entertainer too who does crowd work. And you know, sometimes when I do crowd work and the crowd doesn't want to participate, I know that sucks. So out of respect for my fellow artists, when he said you can touch it, I just yes and him. And this is what I did, y'all. This is what I did. I go, okay, here I come. And And I just grabbed my 2 front pinchers and I just went. And I just itsy bitsy spidered his water spout. But I never even looked at it. I looked him in the eyes the whole time. Like I was trying to guess a mystery item. What is it, a flute? Well, now it's a kazoo.
Me and the ex, we were fucking serious, man. We were talking about whether or not we wanted to get married. Clearly not. What happened was her little 4-year-old niece just walked up to me in Disneyland in front of her whole entire family and just went, "Why won't you marry my aunt?" I know, it was like, hey kid, shut the fuck up. I didn't actually say that. I love her. She's the greatest. But I couldn't tell her the truth, you know? I couldn't be like, well, your aunt's been married before and she's still working through some shit spiritually, so pretty much it's on her at this point. So the truth, it was scary because we had both been married before, so we both knew how hard it was, and we both knew how much a fucking wedding cost. This is totally true. Average cost of a wedding in New York City, where I'm originally from, $60,000. Yeah, you guys know $60,000, right? Like the amount of money I made in my 20s if we round up by $37,000. $60,000. This is why I feel like young people shouldn't be allowed to get married. Or not that young people shouldn't be allowed to get married, but you should have to be married like 5 years before you can throw yourself a wedding. Because like young people don't know what to do with money. Young people are like, we'll be fine. Old people are like, no, you won't. Like if you ask any older couple who's been married for more than 5 years if they were throwing themselves a wedding, hey, do you want to spend $10,000 on appetizers? They'd be like, you can go to hell. Because older couples know nobody gives a shit about the appetizers at your wedding. Like people only care about one thing at a wedding, and it's not your love, it's the open bar. You could have 6 kegs of beer and some Totino's pizza rolls, and people would still be like, this is a pretty good wedding. I also feel like you should have to go on your honeymoon before you get married. That's something I believe. I think you should have to go on your honeymoon. Some people say live together before you get married. I think honeymoon. Because if you can't get along in Hawaii, you're sure as shit not gonna make it in Cleveland. And also, by the way, no more destination weddings. I'm out, I'm done. I'm not renewing my passport to watch you make a mistake. And also, by the way, if you do have a destination wedding and you get divorced in the first 5 years, we're all getting refunds now. And you're flying us to your divorce, and you're having it somewhere fun like Acapulco. My idiot Guido cousin, yeah, and I say Guido in the meanest way possible. And if you don't know what a Guido is, it's just a dude who's covered in hundreds of tattoos of Jesus bleeding. He'd be like, hey Sal, what's the last religious thing you did? And he'll be like, what are you talking about? I just gave up fingering for Lent. All right, peace be with you, buddy. Patron saint of meatballs, that guy. On his Scarface wedding, he spent $180,000. Yeah, $180,000 so his bride could feel like a princess for the day. When for $180,000, she could have became the actual queen of Detroit. Very cheap property there. $180,000, and I don't even remember that much about that wedding. Isn't that crazy? Or I remember 2 things. There were giant marble staircases she had to walk down before we could eat, and there were piles of cheese stacked up like blow. Like so much cheese, if anyone ate all this cheese, they wouldn't shit for 3 years. Isn't that crazy? I went to a wedding that cost as much as 7 Kia Souls. All I remember, stairs, cheese. That's it. That's fucked up. Like, that's nuts. They spent $180,000 on a wedding. Only thing they had to show for it at the end of that wedding was a photo album of them spending $180,000. Once again, this is why I feel like young people shouldn't be allowed to get married. Because if that was any older couple, if you gave any older couple the option between you could have a photo album to remember this day for the rest of your life, or you could afford a stackable washer and dryer. Yeah, there's not an old there's not an old couple who isn't like, give me the fucking Whirlpool, baby. A mother of three would kick her own pastor in the pussy for in-unit laundry. But young people are like, no, we need that photo album. We need to remember this day for the rest of our lives. Bullshit. I've been married. I'm divorced. I got one of those photo albums. I'm not doing shit with it. But I know what I'm gonna do with it. I'm gonna Photoshop my new girlfriend's face on top of my ex-wife's face. Yeah, and then when I propose to her, I'm gonna give her that photo album and be like, hey, I just saved us $10,000. I got divorced. I got divorced for the main reason most people get divorced. I picked wrong. Yeah. I went with opposites attract. Yeah. Opposites also fuck a bartender named Craig. So. Oh, do you guys think I fucked Craig? I didn't fuck Craig. I could have though. Don't get weird about it. I like to think of Craig's dick as like the iceberg on the Titanic. It got me off the ship. Also, by the way, if you're in here and you're in your 20s and you're thinking about getting married right now, don't fucking do it. Statistically, people get married in their 20s versus people who wait till their 30s don't make it. Like, let's put it this way. If you bought an unframed poster in the past decade, you're not ready to be married. You're not responsible enough to be part of a joint checking account. This is totally true. On my honeymoon, I bought a Nirvana t-shirt. I could have just told you that and you would have been like, divorced. Also, by the way, if you're in here in your 20s right now and you're thinking about getting a tattoo, don't fucking do it. Your taste, much like the person you're here with now, gonna change. Like when I was in my 20s, I wanted to get a Dave Matthews Band tattoo. Yeah, now as an adult, I know I don't like Dave Matthews Band. I just like being drunk outside.
My fucking parents, man, they like, okay, I can give you so many stories, but we don't have time. Here's an example of how my parents did things, all right? When I was 18 years old, I borrowed their van, okay? Did I have my license yet? No, but that was their fucking issue, all right? They were the ones who wouldn't let me get it just because I'd failed sophomore year again, all right? So they were projecting their bullshit onto me. And I needed the van because me and my boys had to go play mailbox baseball, okay? We've been planning it for hours, okay? And how are we supposed to know that there would be mail in the mailboxes at that hour? Okay? We didn't, and the cops were total fucking dicks, per usual, and we get arrested. And instead of being cool and just bailing me out that day, my dad decides, no, they're gonna leave me in jail till my arraignment 3 days later for 72 straight hours so I would learn a lesson, right? What a fucking genius. That's brilliant parenting across the board, really. That's a great strategy right there, you know? Hey, boy, you made your bed, now hide your cigarettes underneath it. You know what I'm saying? That probably would have worked on someone less stupid than me. Like, I am the reason why I am so pro-choice. It's all me. Based on the hell I put my parents through as a youngster, I think every woman should consider terminating her first pregnancy just on principle. Yeah? Be like Texas Hold'em dealers. Burn the first one so you could flop out the next three, right? Makes the game move much smoother. There's no better time than now to make an abortion reference with Texas in the title. I'll tell you that. Like I was, but I think like the key to parenting, like my parents were not cool at all. They were parents. Parenting is hard, right? It's not an activity, it's a lifestyle. It's not axe throwing, it's being a lumberjack, and some people obviously can't hack it. But I think the key to parenting is embracing the fact that you are going to fuck your kids up. Not just accepting, but embracing. And that is not a critique on anyone as an individual. It is a statement about the human condition. We are flawed, we will pass that shit on. And if you just thought, I'm not gonna fuck my kids up, I guarantee that is exactly how you're gonna fuck your kids up. They're gonna try too hard. I don't think it matters your approach. You could be the cool parent, you could be the chill parent. Who, you know, the first time you catch them smoking weed, you smoke the weed with them and wait till you're both baked to decide on your disciplinary action. That's great. But now you're gonna raise a person who probably will think the world is fair. And once they're crushed by the sheer unfairness of it all, they're gonna have to move back home with you and start a podcast about monetizing one's victimhood, right? And if you're the harsh parent that, you know, makes them have chores on the weekend and they have to get a job when they're 8 and it's all about accountability and responsibility, that's amazing. You're raising a go-getter, but unfortunately 60 years too late because the system's fucking rigged. So they're gonna get to the top and then right then and there have an opportunity swiped away from them by the unqualified, coked up son of the CEO. And then they're gonna be broken by that and have to move back home with you and start a podcast about murdering their boss's son. A pre-murder podcast. First of its kind. So there you go. As young parents, ask yourselves, what kind of podcast do I want my kids to start? And am I willing to produce it? Like, by a round of applause, how many of you have divorced parents? You're lucky. You're very lucky. You're very, very lucky. I know their divorce fucked you up, but it fucked you up in a very cool, sexy, brooding way. You're all mysterious with your pain and shit. Like, when my mom was about to go nuclear, when she started sharpening her knives, and I mean that figuratively and literally, okay? My dad could distract her with one sentence. He'd say, "Woman, you need to calm it down or I'm gonna go live with my other wife." He didn't have no other wife. He wasn't that smooth. But that sentence would still make her jealous and she'd go after him. Why? Because that is true love. Understand? My parents were born the same year, next door to one another in the Lower Ninth. They grew up knowing each other since birth, and they started dating when they were like 14, okay? And it ruined me, destroyed me. Their relationship turned me into a little romance bitch, you know? Just weeping all the time. Like a fatter version of Cupid, just firing hot dog darts that would just deflect off of every woman I fell in love with every 48 hours. You understand? You think being ghosted is bad? Try not getting a response to handwritten poetry over and over again. That's how they fucked me up. That's all he had to say. "Woman, I'm gonna go live with my other wife." And that would make her jealous, and she'd turn all her rage on him and go after him, and then he'd fart, and we'd all laugh and come together as a family. If you don't think farting is important to family, you're absolutely wrong. Someone should light a match near your logic. Farting is what... Like, here's how powerful farting is. In a relationship, the moment you decide you love one another, you fart in front of each other. The first time and even before that, it's when you know you truly trust someone, when you rip ass in front of them for the first time. Farting is important. It's also hilarious. If you don't think farting is funny, go walk into the Mississippi River, short yourself out because your simulation sucks. You understand? Like, we could be in an active shooter situation right now. terrified for our lives. And if someone rips ass, we're all gonna be like, oh man. The shooter might even laugh and be like, what am I doing? I'm sorry. You gotta chill out, y'all. I'm gonna take a walk. Like farting, he would fart, and my dad was so good at farting. He was great at it. No fart was ever wasted with him. He understood it was all about timing, okay? He knew when to fart to end an argument. He knew when to fart to start a conversation. He knew when to fart to raise morale. He knew when to fart to celebrate. He knew when to fart to commiserate. He was the best I'd ever seen. And he could do all the farts. Everything from a tap dancing bullfrog to a screeching eagle. He could do them all. He was the best. Like, here's what he'd do. When he'd rip the ass, he'd give it a second, and then he'd go, y'all heard that, baby wolf? And every time he said that, I would go, oh. That's how much I respected a fart. I howled at the baby wolf so it wouldn't feel like it was alone. Now, based on everything I just said, some of you probably assume I live my entire life neck deep in poontang. The haters amongst you probably think I'm still a virgin. That's fine. I lost my virginity on March 7th, 1998. I'm very good with dates. I don't so much remember the act itself. What I remember more about the sex was the morning after. I woke up first. She was still asleep. We were in the spooning position. I was big spoon, she was little spoon. And the bed was like our own private silverware drawer. I was a man now, so I did what I thought men should do. I got up and went into the kitchen to make the woman breakfast in bed. Fuck yeah. I found a big-ass punch bowl. I filled it full of an entire box of cereal. Then added in an entire half-gallon of milk. 2 spoons. Casanova? Yes. Also still a teenager? Yes. I walked back into the bedroom, and there she was, my angel, fast asleep, and whoops! Doused her. Direct hit. Soaked from neck to ankle. Oh my God! I'm so sorry. I was just bringing you breakfast in bed and I tripped over the floor. I didn't realize how flat and level it was. But now between you and I, that wasn't no accident. No, I did that on purpose. See, there's a little fact I left out earlier. I didn't tell you because I didn't trust you yet, but now I do. The private silverware drawer I had mentioned, the bed, was full of piss. I just want to make eye contact with everyone individually. Because you see, one of us had pissed the bed. And the one of us that did it, you all paid money to watch perform tonight. Oh, I'm leaking. See, I am a bedwetter. Now, when I say that, people want to ask, still, here's the thing about being a bedwetter. Once a bedwetter, always a bedwetter. But it's a lot like being a professional athlete. At a certain point, you can't do it anymore. You have to retire for your own health. But maybe every now and again, you do it for charity events. And at that point, I was the best that ever fucking did it. You understand? I was the GOAT of bedwetting, okay? By that point, I had done them all. Single beds, double beds, full size, king size, queen size, the entire monarchy of beds. I did those. Bunk beds? Fuck yeah. Both north and south. Done. Futons, couches, I could do those in my sleep. And I did. Murphy beds. You ever even see a Murphy bed? That's the bed you pull out of the wall, like you're an old private dick living in your office in Manhattan in 1922. There's a mystery for you to solve. Back in the wall. Water beds. 2 of them. How many people have ever even slept in a waterbed, let alone pissed in? 2. You'd think pissing a waterbed would magically open up a portal to Atlantis. It doesn't. Just remember that. I was the goat. Well, if GOAT stands for greatest of all time, we are talking about bedwetting here. So I was the sheep, steadily hosing everything everywhere, piss. But this was my greatest accomplishment. This was my crown jewel. This was my Super Bowl trophy. I had pissed my girlfriend's parents' bed with her in it. You know how it is in the South. Her parents were out of town, and she wanted to lose her virginity in the same place she was possibly conceived. Everybody know that's that good luck Jambo. Everybody knows that. Direct hit. What kind of cereal was it, you ask? Life. There's poetry everywhere. On January 13th, 1999, good with dates, she dumped me. Now, yes, for a split second, I was terrified. For a split second, I was like, did she figure it out? That it wasn't cow's milk, but bladder milk? Which cleansed our sin from her loins? No, she didn't figure it out. She broke up with me because, in her words, I was too emotional. That's ridiculous. It's a terrible excuse. Too emotional? Come on. I'm a Scorpio. I have master control over my emotions, you understand? No other person's gonna get those out of me. Sure, I was hurt. I had opened myself up to her. I did what people say they want you to do in a relationship. I was vulnerable. I said, there's me on the inside. That's my heart. Would you like to touch it? And she said, uh-huh. Took it. Ripped it out of my chest. I never saw it again. I don't know what she did with it. Probably used it around the house like a sponge, like a paperweight or a doorstop. Probably every time she met a guy she wanted to bang and he didn't have a condom, she was like, well, here, it's no big deal. She used Sean's heart as a condom. Unfortunate, it hurt, but hey, life happens, all right? But I was still broken. I was still a sad little boy. And I decided after a couple of weeks in the doldrums that the best way to get over her and move on with life was to see some titties. To go to a strip club for the first time. Now, there's no shortage of strip clubs here. Bourbon Street alone's got 2 or 3. It's got 8, I believe. I think it's actually like 13. And there used to be off-bourbon strip clubs. You remember those? Which were a lot like off-Broadway theaters, if you know what I'm saying. Like, yeah, you're gonna pay less to get in, but you're gonna be kind of confused by what you're watching on the stage. It's more experimental than you were hoping. And there'll be a fog machine unnecessarily at full blast. You can guarantee it. And, like, you know, the Quarter's got world-famous strip clubs, you know, like Rick's Cabaret, Stilettos, Barely Legal, Larry Flint's Barely Legal, Larry Flint's Hustler Club. I didn't go to the Quarter, though. I didn't go to any of these fancy strip clubs. I went 33 miles north of the city to a suburb known as Slidell, Louisiana, where there's a gem of a gentleman's club called Scuttlebutt. You know it. They should be paying me money for that response. I don't know that anyone's ever cheered for Scuttlebutt, but there you know. It's there. Now, I grew up near that place, and for my entire life, I thought it was just the dumbest named strip club ever. such a scuttlebutt. Like the owner was just some meathead who didn't understand English that well. It was like, look, I want him to scuttle in to see some butt. Bam, names itself. It's better than scuttle gash. It's better than scuttle twat. Scuttlebutt. Put it on the fucking sign, though. But later, I would learn that scuttlebutt is a real word with an actual definition, the definition of which is a rumor or gossip. So now that changes. Now I think the owner's just like a dude with a monocle and a top hat, twirling a cane. Pardon me, gentlemen and scholars alike. Behind these doors be scantily clad women of the night, willing to polish the knob on your front side for mere pennies on the dollar, or so that be the scuttlebutt. Now, at the time, I was only 20 years old. That is technically too young to get in anywhere else in the country. But I was also heartbroken, so I walked into that place with the confidence of a vet. You know what I mean? Like the bouncer didn't even look at me, but I swear I heard him say, "Thank you for your service." I went to the bar, ordered a PBR off the imported beer list. Imported from Milwaukee, bro. And I sat at the stage and just sort of flicked dollar bills at the strippers while listening to them strip, because I was still that heartbroken where I couldn't even look at another female form. Like, she had a stomach too, man. No, I'm just not ready. And I was 20, so I was broke. So like every third flick, there was nothing there. I just did the motion. And I just listened to the cavalcade. All right, fellas, here she comes, Crystal. All right, club favorite, Cacophony. Sexiest woman in the Southeast 5 years running, it's Ebony. White girl, by the way. Culturally appropriating before cultural appropriation was a buzzword. She was a real South African American, if you know what I'm saying. All right, fellas, here she is, the club favorite, Jubilee. All right, late night, here she comes, Nancy. That caught my attention, Nancy. That's not a stripper name, that's a normal name. A stripper's name might be Nancy, but then her stripper name would be like Charcuterie. She's a board full of meat, fellas. Right? Nancy, that caught my attention. And unlike every stripper before her who came out dancing to Ja Rule or Metallica or Pantera or DMX, Nancy came out dancing to the Goo Goo Dolls' Iris. We all know that song, and a lot of people tell themselves over and over again that they hate that song. And if you truly believe you hate that song, then I guess the world saw you and it didn't understand. And Nancy and I make eye contact right then and there, and it's obvious there's a bond. It's strong between us. I'm almost worried other people could see it, right? I mean, look, she was looking right through me. She could see right through me. I was a broken little boy. That's why I was in the strip club. But I could see right through her as well. She was also broken. That's why she was stripping. I know. I feel it from some of you, like, well, Sean, what are you saying? Are you implying that all strippers are broken people? Yes, I absolutely fucking am, and you need to respect that. Because I don't give a shit. If you're not broken, go out there and live your life. Get broken, then we can hang out. Broken people are real, you understand? Like human beings, we're like glow sticks. We can't truly shine till someone cracks us. Shakes us up. Because she was broken, Nancy was more human than human. Which is a White Zombie song that Crystal had danced to earlier. And she's dancing around now, and she's topless. And there they are, those titties I came to see. But now they were more than just titties. They were breasts. Those which nourish us as children and please us as adults. This was somewhere in between, right? And we make eye contact again, and it's a bridge of light. It's like I'm staring into the eyes of someone I had known for centuries. And our last words to one another were, "Find me in the next life." And here we were, finding each other in the next life in a strip club in Slidell, Louisiana. Who'd have thunk it? And she kept dancing around. She had other people there, but every second she'd look back at me and we make eye contact over and over again. Our bond was so strong. We're here, Nancy. We'd found each other. How many lifetimes had we spent searching? Our journey could finally continue. We could be together again and travel the world and show the human race the possibilities of love and how it's the only thing that will save us from doom. Nancy and I would be together, and then I'm in a headlock. I'm in a headlock, right? Out of nowhere, and I look up, and it's the bouncer. He's got me in a headlock, and he's walking me out because he saw the connection. He knew the prophecy was true. He knew why I was there, to free Nancy, so she could free others like her. My heart was pounding at 5 times the rate it ever had, pumping blood into this body that was stronger than it has ever been. I was more than a man because of her. I almost felt sorry for this fucking fool. He had no clue who he had just put his hands on. And we get out to the parking lot, and he makes the mistake of releasing me, a gladiator and warrior in one, ready to destroy anyone that stood between Nancy and I, starting with that fucking mortal. And he very calmly goes, hey man, I can't have you in there crying, dude. Yeah, that makes sense. That checks out. Maybe I am too emotional.
I grew up a little bit sheltered. I think I was one of those kids that played by myself. I had a big imagination. I grew up in Kentucky. I was around horses. I always wanted to be like a cowgirl, right? But my cousins always made fun of me because they were a lot more country than me. They said I was a city kid because I grew up on a cul-de-sac. And I will say, though, we had different childhoods. Okay, the biggest difference between a country kid and a city kid is the country kids, they grow up with farm animals, right? And they're a lot more exposed to the circle of life. Like city kids were a lot more sheltered. Like, when we have a pet, we put a little sweater on them. Oh, isn't that cute? Oh. And country kids, they put butter on theirs. And they eat it, okay? Country kids, they see death before breakfast. And then they have that death for breakfast. I remember even recently, I went to my cousin's farm that she's raising her 3 kids on, and I was talking to Knox. That's her oldest kid. He's 6. He's telling me how he's helping his daddy with the baby calves. And I was like, "Well, that's so cool, Knox. What are you doing? You helping feed bottles?" And he goes, "No, I gotta throw rocks at the buzzards." Because when the calves are born, the buzzards like to stroke around up top, and then they dive down and they peck the calves' eyeballs till they can't see no more, and then they can't nurse, and then after a few days they starve to death. Then the buzzards get to eat them for supper, so I got the rocks to the buzzards because Daddy says the government won't let us shoot the bastards. I was like, "Yeah, I get it." No, I did the same thing, man. When I was your age, I had to feed my gerbil, so. And one time it disappeared, and my mom was like, "Don't worry, it just got to shed its winter coat." And sure enough, next day it reappeared, a whole new color. I had this little brown boy gerbil. Next day, white girl rabbit. What's up? telling you, these country people, they are so much more at ease with death. I even remember when I was 6 years old, my parents took me to the Kentucky State Horse Park for my birthday because I was obsessed with horses. You got to go. It's in Lexington, Kentucky. There's horses you can pet. There's horses you're not allowed to pet, but you can look them in the eyes and cry. It's Disneyland for middle children. I'm so excited. I'm 6. My birthday party, right? I'm standing outside the front of the park, and I'm looking at a statue of a famous racehorse named Man o' War. When all of a sudden this hillbilly fairy shows up out of a tobacco cloud. He looks like Tinker Bill, and he leans over and he goes, "Oh, Man o' War down there." And I was like, "Well, what?" And he goes, "Oh, Man o' War down there." And I was like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I have a boyfriend." And he goes, "No, the whole Man o' War is buried down there." He goes, "Usually when horses die, we gotta chop them up." And I was like, "Oh, I'm 6. I know I'm a big kid now, but this is day 1, so that's a lot to take in." And he just doubles down. He goes, "Usually we cut out the heart and hooves and just bury that. Represent spirit and the speed." And I was like, "Oh, did my mom hire you for the party?" I go, "What do you do with the unicorn?" He goes, "What?" I was like, "Well, the magic part." And he goes, "Oh, I'm sorry, I have a girlfriend." And the thing my country family is most proud about me for is not selling out theaters. I see you. It's a rat. My demo. Don't get the ceiling in this shot. No, I'm very rich. I'm very successful. This is actually just a fundraiser so that this 2,000-seat theater can finish their roof. It's because I get to go across the country and open up for David Spade as his body double. We booked a private gig. So he got for himself and all his openers, he got us a private jet. And I was so excited because I've flown 4th class my whole life. I'm like, oh, I've never ridden on one. So I get on this private jet. I have to take a private tinkle on the... And I don't know if you guys have been on... No, you haven't. You're here. Anyways, okay. But I can't find the bathroom because there's no sign. So all of a sudden, the pilot comes out and he kind of scoffs at me. You know, like the valet scoffs at you when you show him how you get in through your trunk. And then he points to this velvet bench that I was sitting on. And he lifts it up and he goes, "We hide the toilet seat underneath." And it blew my mind. I was like, what? That's some rich people Hunger Games shit right there. I was like, my people, we don't have the toilet. We come from a land called Coach. And we have signs because we eat solids. And I started spiraling. I'm like, we even play games with our potties, okay? So I'm from a land called Louisville, Kentucky, where they have the Kentucky Derby. Has anyone ever heard of it before? Okay, low red. Okay, front row. Okay, so what it is, if you don't know, it's this fancy event where wealthy people, they watch these animals run around in circles, you know, and after every race, you can see some of them freaking out. Oh, shit, because they just lost their son's college fund on an animal named Buckle Up Buttercup. But at the Derby, they don't let us hillbillies in the stand. They corral us in the infield, right? So we're there watching the horses race, and we get FOMO. We're like, oh, I want to do that. Hold my moonshine. And so we have ourselves something called porta potty racing, okay? Do y'all know what porta potties are? I want to make sure. Okay. You never know. My tickets are expensive, so, you know. Okay, so what porta potty racing is, if you don't know, porta potties, they're, I just remember the first time I saw a porta potty, I didn't know what it was. I just saw people like lined up and they were so excited to get inside, you know? They were like, oh my, hurry up! And I was like, oh my, what is in there? 'Cause I grew up very Catholic, so I thought they were little confessionals. Because people they looked so worried before they got in, you know, and then they got out, they were so relieved. So I was, okay, so porta potty racing, what you do is you find a line of these guys, okay? That's a God-made landmark. You can read about it in Genesis. And and you go up to the first one in the line, and you ask a man to help you up to the very tip top of it. And he always does, because you have a sundress on. And then, oh, he looks just like you. I knew, okay. Now I clocked you. Okay, and then the name of the game is to try and run across the top of the porta potties without falling in. It's like the floor is lava, but worse. Because it's human lava. Do you get it? Listen, if you fall in, you're gonna wish it was real lava, all right? You would just die, but you don't. And then you just have to remember it at Catholic Mass the next morning. Now, if you get pretty far and you haven't fallen in yet, then there's dudes on the ground that are gonna get excited, you know, because now you're their redneck ninja warrior. They're like, oh my God, she's really doing it. And they can't help themselves. They get so excited, they'll throw full beer bottles at your head, because that's how their dad showed them they were proud. And then if you dodge all the bottles full of love and you make it to the very end, then you get to get arrested. And then you get to go to jail. And you get to talk to your dad again. Anyways, I said all that to the pilot. And he was like, you belong on Frontier.
I haven't really found a lot of white hair on my head, but I found a white hair. I was taking one of my bi-monthly showers, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw a white hair growing out of my nipple. And I freaked out. I was like, no, I don't want to deal with this. And then I was like, wait a second, I don't have to deal with this because I'm going to take a pair of tweezers and I'm going to pluck it out and I'm going to destroy the evidence and then we're all just going to move on because guess what? I am not ready to be this old, okay? And so I got my tweezers and I was ready to do it, but I had to put on my reading glasses to find it. I've never felt more sexy or vital in my entire life. I mean, I put on this outfit and I said to my husband, this looks sufficiently sexy, right? Which I understand is the least sexy combination of words. Sufficiently sexy. Like, oh, I find her reliably hot. You know, like, no. No. You don't know how you come across. And then sometimes the world tells you. A couple weeks ago, I went into this bar lounge, before a show just to write and get myself together. And I walked in, but immediately I got ushered out. This guy just came up to me and he was like, I'm sorry, this is closed for the conference. And then he looked at me and went, oh, wait a second, you're one of the organizers from the conference, right? And I just went, yeah. And he goes, oh, well, you're a bit early, but you know what? Come on in. Let me get you a glass of wine because I know how hard you people work putting this all together. And I just sat there alone in this bar with a free glass of wine, and I was like, you know, I used to get free drinks when I was like young and slutty. And now I'm getting free drinks because I look old and overworked. Not only am I sufficiently sexy, I am planning committee hot. Everybody, I'm planning committee hot. That's who I am. People look at me and they're like, I'd like to see a clipboard in that lady's hands. Oh my God. I've heard she can multitask.
I got fears about having kids. It's not even just that. Like, I don't want to pass my shitty genes down to my kids. I was born severely dyslexic, and I was born with a form of nerve damage in my hands. It caused my hands to shake. It's the reason why every Instagram video I'm in looks like a boomerang. It's also the reason why every conversation I've ever had with the cops has ended with, yeah, I'm still gonna have to look in the trunk. I love my shaking hands now, though. Of all my disabilities, shaking hands is definitely my favorite one. As a kid, I was super embarrassed by it. It made me feel super weird. Now it's way more fun, and I'm not just talking about sexually. Like, think about the most boring thing in your guys' life, for example. Like, think about soup, for example. For you guys, soup, very boring. For me, soup is like an action movie. The people I'm sitting at the table with are like, I don't know if he's gonna make it! Spoiler alert, I never make it. I'm so dyslexic too. I'm super dyslexic. Like, I'm so dyslexic, I'd say after the show, go ahead and follow me on Twitter if you hate spelling and grammar and love puzzles. By the way, the guy who came up with the name and spelling for dyslexia, huge asshole. Like, what's their problem? They can't read or spell too well? Let's throw a silent Y in there. Why? Because fuck them, it'll be funny for the rest of us. As a dyslexic person, texting is a nightmare. The only thing worse than texting, sexting. Yeah, because this is my job. I travel for a living. I'm normally on the road like 40 weekends out of the year, and it's very hard to keep it spicy with the woman you're dating when she thinks you're constantly trying to slide into her Virginia. But then Talk to Text came out, and that shit was like a game changer for me. But even that would have its hiccups, because I'd be like, ooh, do you like that? And Siri would be like, yeah, not so much. And every time I'm doing my Talk to Sex, like I said, I'm always in some hotel room, and there's always a connecting door, and I'm always terrified on the other side of that door is some sweet family on vacation. And they hear me doing my Talk to Sex, and Siri's always fucking up the words, so you gotta keep repeating yourself. So I'm just in there like, panties, panties, panties. Like, no, why would I want to wear her pastries? Fuck off. We all have our things, you know? I also have cerebral palsy. I normally don't talk about all these topics back to back because then it sounds like I'm trying to start myself a fucking foundation. Like, that's the crazy thing about having all my disabilities too. Like, you couldn't tell by looking at me. Like, if I parked in a handicap spot at a store and you saw me walk into a Target, you'd be like, I'm keying this motherfucker's car. I would fall, break a lot of bones and shit like that because of my CP. The worst for me that ever really happened when I was in 6th grade, I had to have both my legs put in walking casts to stretch my Achilles tendons out. And to cheer me up, my parents said we were gonna take a trip. Now, in your logical 12-year-old kid brain, when you hear trip, where do you think we're going? Exactly, the Hooters on Staten Island. I don't know, you guys all did that at once. That was fucking impressive. And here's the thing, I'm 38 years old. I still wonder to this day sometimes who pitched that idea, my mom or my dad. Because think about that. Well, I was in that doctor's office, having my little fat kid legs taped up to look like giant cannolis. One of them had to be out in that waiting room like, hey, wouldn't it be funny we take the boys, see some boobies? I use that voice because I hope it was my dad. And not my mom just like, hey, you know what always cheers you up? Boobies. And as soon as we walked through the door of this Hooters, my parents lied to these waitresses and told them it's my birthday. Do you guys know what they do at Hooters when it's your birthday? They make you stand on top of a plastic chair and you air jerk off salt and pepper shakers while they sing you happy birthday. Yeah, like I had to do that shit in front of my mom and dad. And I was 12. It wasn't like I didn't know what this was. It was the year jerking off showed up. And it showed up in a big way. Like the two biggest things that year in my room were masturbation and Oasis's Wonderwall. Yeah, it was a constant champagne supernova. My dad's a man's man too. My dad's a guy's guy. My dad's a New York City firefighter and a blue-collar Republican. I'm a New York City liberal and I do this for a living. I know, it is funny. Sometimes I do think to myself, like, is there any way you could be a bigger disappointment to your New York City firefighter father? Then I think, yeah, gay terrorists. Which, by the way, is what my dad calls a yoga instructor, so. Very progressive man. My dad, like, I love my dad. I love hanging out with my dad. The only problem is when we hang out, sometimes my dad's guy friends come, and they're all like the types of guys who would like smack a chick on the ass and be like, hey, what's the matter with me? What's the matter with you? That's a compliment. You should smile more. You got a pretty face. Gentlemen. And we were at this Yankees game a couple summers ago, and this dude was like, hey, what do you do for a living, pal? Huh? What do you do? You make something with your hands? What do you do? And I was like, oh, I'm never going to tell you. And he was like, come on, what do you do? And my dad, the Judas, told me out immediately. He's like, oh, him? He's a comedian. And they're like, oh, you comedian? Tell us a joke. Funny guy. Come on, Andrew Dice Clay, tell us a joke. To which I was like, oh, no. And that guy got pissed. He was like, sure, whatever, you're a comedian. Then he got up to get everyone else beers. But right before he leaves, he just leans in, taps me, and goes, woof, I'm sweating like a Jew in an audit here. Yeah, and they all start hysterical laughing. And then another one of them taps me and goes, now that's a comedian. No, it's not. That's just a racist with good timing. That's it. Have you ever seen one of those dudes who works out but does no cardio, so he just looks like someone ripped the arms off a He-Man and put him on a Mr. Potato Head? That was that dude, mustache and all. And he kept bragging. He kept bragging the whole game about how he got laid the night before, and he was like, last night I totally did it with this chick, and then she left stuff in my apartment so she could come back so we could do it again. And I was like, are you sure it wasn't because she was like, oh, I gotta get the fuck out of here. The fucked up part is, though, is guys like that guy and guys like my dad make the best dads. Mostly because of the fact that their kids fear them. Like, that's not gonna be the case for my generation. Like, none of our kids are gonna fear us. Mostly because of the fact that none of us are gonna work the kinds of jobs you come home and beat your kids from. Like, nobody comes home from a hard day of graphic designing and beats their kid. Like, you've never heard anyone be like, oh no, look out, Dad's Photoshop crashed. My dad's idiot friend, too, is one of those dudes who rocks a pop collar. You ever see one of those gentlemen? Oof. Yeah, by the way, if you don't know what the pop collar means, basically what the pop collar means is that guy is 2 Bud Light Limes away from telling you what he really thinks about Puerto Ricans. He's racist. That's not a pop collar as much as it is a reverse Ku Klux Klan hoodie. And for some reason, it's salmon. And this dude was like, dude, let me give you a little bit of advice. And I was like, oh, I totally want advice from a man who's dressed like a dog that just got back from the vet. What's up? And he was like, when you date a chick, you gotta date a chick who loves sports. A chick who loves sports. And his whole logic was, it's like being with one of the guys. It's like being with one of the guys. I don't know, me personally, anytime I'm fucking anybody, I want it to be like none of the guys. Like you're never gonna hear me say like, oh, wait until you meet my new girlfriend Jessica. You'll totally love her. She'll totally remind you of Greg. Not gonna happen. I did one time go out on a date with a woman who loves sports, and it clearly went terrible, because I'm like this guy, you know what I mean? And about halfway through the date, at one point, this lady just turned to me, and to my face, she just went, you know, they don't make men like they used to anymore. Yeah, I know, to my face. But the fucked up part is, I totally had to agree with her. Because if they did, I would have had to hit her for having an opinion on men. To be very clear, that is a joke about how I don't hit women.
So Chicago, that's a pretty cool city, huh? I took a pandering course earlier, and they said to say that on stage. How much is a house here? What's that? Nine what? $9? Oh my God. Note to self, talk to someone else. Apartment just sold in New York City, bought by a hedge fund manager, $238 million. 24,000 square feet. If I had a 24,000 square foot apartment in New York, I'd still be telling people from out of town, I'm not really set up for guests. Yeah, it's just a one-bedroom apartment with 53 home offices. Yeah, you're welcome to crash, but you'd be sleeping with your head on a fax machine. Yeah, the upkeep must be ridiculous on that place. You'd be at home, honey, want to go to the movies today? I'd love to, but we really need to go to Bed Bath & Beyond to buy 35,000 Swiffer sheets. I can't even imagine a 24,000 square foot apartment. My apartment is 800 square feet, and I'm a celebrity. Do I have to become a hedge fund manager to get a bigger place? Or worse than that, find out what a hedge fund manager is? Again? Tried like 500 times. People start explaining to me, you know, it's not gonna happen. I'll try again in 6 weeks. Everything's expensive in New York. I went to buy new glasses, eyeglasses, went to the boutique place. I go, how much are these glasses? The guy said they're $1,000. I was like, oh, that's kind of expensive. He's like, well, think of it this way. You'll have them for 3 years. It's like $1 a day. Well, when you put it that way, it sounds more expensive. If I asked you how much these glasses were, and you said, you have to give me $1 a day every day for 3 years, I'd be like, wow, that is a pricey pair of glasses. I'm doing the math in my head. I'd say that's roughly $1,000. Why don't I take $1,000, buy 2 pairs of $200 glasses, and also a round-trip ticket to Barcelona? No, I'm glad we're traveling again. A few years ago, I went to Bangkok. Almost didn't go. Saw a video on YouTube called The Scams of Bangkok. This dude was a little paranoid. He's like, if you go to a museum and you see someone smiling, total scam. If you go to a restaurant, they have noodles on the menu, your identity's just been stolen. If you show up at your hotel, there's a front desk, call Interpol. Classic flim-flam. Can't believe I've barely done any crowd work. What do you think? How's it going? What's your name? What do you do, Chris? Design engineer. Holy shit. I don't think I want to do crowd work tonight. Design engineer? What does that mean?
I design recess lights, track lights.
Okay, all right. I'm in the business, I get this. I was just looking at how great these recess lights are tonight. It was good talking to you, Chris. We just took a recess from being funny for a while. pulled that one out, huh? Been trying out Airbnbs on the road. You got to read those listings very closely. They always start out good. It's like on a tree-lined street close to shops and restaurants. Oh, I like that. You'll have the whole place to yourself. Oh, I like that. I'll have my neighbor store his guns in my linen closet. Yeah, not sure how I feel about that. So he might pop in from time to time. Definitely don't like that. But don't worry, he has a key. Ooh, that makes me worry. Also, there's a great home theater system. You're not allowed to use it. Stay out of the kitchen. And there's a python under the sofa. You must feed him 15 times a day. But to reiterate, you'll have the whole place to yourself, close to shops and restaurants. I always get nervous booking an Airbnb because my picture's in my profile. I know the hosts are at home going, oh my God, honey. You're not going to believe who's sleeping in our attic tonight. I'll give you a clue. Small but pivotal role in Pootie Tang. Todd Barry's sleeping in our attic? Yeah, he can't afford a hotel, I guess not. Let's get the good pillows out for him. I stayed at a hotel in Los Angeles. And when I got back, I realized I left my toiletry bag at the hotel in Los Angeles, and it was a really nice one, sent to me by the Cartoon Network, had cartoons all over it. I wanted it back. I called up the hotel. I go, I was in room 318. I left my toiletry bag. It's got cartoons all over it. The guy's like, oh yeah, we found that. I was like, great, can I get it back? He's like, can you describe the cartoons? Did you think I was calling you on the off chance that someone left behind the toiletry bag with cartoons on it? Like I'm in the market for one, don't know where to find one, so I'm calling hotels all day long, hoping for a miracle. Maybe I got an anonymous tip. Some guy comes up to me in an alley, Todd, don't ask who I am, but if you're in the market for half a bottle of dandruff shampoo and 5 dusty Viagras, call this hotel, tell me in room 318. You left your toiletry bag, it's got cartoons all over it. What kind of cartoons? They'll never ask you that. Why would they ask you that? It'd be crazy to ask you that. Stray clap there. Took an Uber in the Midwest, and at the end of the ride, the driver said, sir, I owe you an apology. I was like, for what? He goes, I'm sorry I didn't talk during the trip. I really like to focus on my driving. It's like, wow, there are apologies I've been waiting 35 years for. This guy hits me with the most unnecessary apology ever. It's like, sir, if you're apologizing for not making me talk to a stranger for an hour and a half, guess what? All's forgiven. Maybe it doesn't always go that way. Maybe sometimes like, sir, I want to apologize for not talking during the trip. Yeah, what was with that, man? You see me back here all lonesome? Just a man and his French horn. I played the French horn in middle school, so I was able to nail that tone. At least the guy apologized. Oh, that was nice. I like apologies. I even like shitty apologies. My favorite shitty apology is the convenient apology, where someone only apologizes because they ran into you. It's always something that happened a long time ago. It's like, hey, Todd, I'm glad I ran into you, man. I remember we were at that party recently. That was 1991. I got a little drunk. You got really drunk. I said a few things I shouldn't have said. You said a lot of things you shouldn't have said. I think I beat the shit out of you. You did beat the shit out of me. Anyway, I just want to say I'm sorry. Well, I appreciate that, Scott, and to think this wouldn't have happened if I went to my usual frozen yogurt shop. Let's do some more crowd work. Whoa. Calm down, 7 o'clock show. What's your name? Brenna. Brenna. What do you do, Brenna?
I'm an interior designer.
Holy shit. You got any stories?
One time I was installing a house and there was a bear in the car.
Really?
In Lake Tahoe.
In the car? The car you were driving in?
I looked outside and there was a bear in there.
In the car. You looked outside and there was a bear in the car. Some would argue that you weren't looking outside. I looked outside, inside the car. That's a good story. Cut that one. Cutting room floor. How did you react to the bear?
I locked the door.
There you go. You know, bears know how to open doors. Save that one also. I was talking to a guy in the audience, asked him what he did for a living. He goes, I'm a cabinet salesman. I was like, do you like it? He's like, love it. I was like, what do you love about being a cabinet salesman? He goes, I like having dinner with my customers. Oh, I didn't know that was a wine and dine situation. Well, Todd, your cabinets are all installed. What do you think? I love them. I'll put my Cocoa Puffs in there really soon. Well, Todd, now that they're all installed, I guess it's bistro time, right? Time for the traditional post-cabinet installation celebratory dinner. What are you hankering for? I'm sorry, I'm having dinner with the guys who steam clean my drapes. It's been quite a day. Breakfast with my exterminator. Happy hour drinks with my plumber. You know, maybe we can have lunch tomorrow. You know what? I'm going to apple picking with the guys who regrouted my bathroom top. This is a true story. I was in New Orleans on tour about 6 months ago, and I started that joke. I said, yeah, I met this guy who was a cabinet salesman. This guy yells out, that was me! I looked down, it was him. What a thrill for that dude, man. Imagine sitting there and I do a joke about you. It's unbelievable. I'm so happy for the guy. That might happen with the bear story. I didn't follow that story. Still don't know where the bear was. Like, if it was in the car, why would you lock the door? I'm gonna be up all night with this one. I'm gonna be like calling people. Yeah, I don't know if it's inside or outside there. Yeah, she locked the door, yeah. Locked it from the outside, I think. But the bear's inside. I guess we'll never know. My printer broke recently. Sorry to bum you out. The light flashed, it said paper jam. So I called up printer tech support. I go, have a paper jam. The guy's like, paper jam, huh? Let me go do a little research. On paper jams? Did I lay a new term on you? Isn't that the problem you make fun of at the call center? Like the phone rings like, oh, I wonder if this is gonna be a paper jam. Oh shit, it is. It's like calling up a steakhouse and asking if they know about baked potatoes. It's like calling me up and asking me if I know about standing ovations. Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't believe you applauded at that. I feel so guilty. No, I was being a dick. I can be a dick sometimes. I really like feeling intellectually superior. I was at a bar in Austin, Texas, and the guy next to me was talking to the bartender, and he goes, I like the last drink you made me more better than this one. I was like, ooh. We got ourselves a dum-dum. A full 30 seconds passes. The guy turns to me, he's like, did I just say more better? It's like, how do you make that mistake and then catch that mistake? I liked it more better when you didn't know how to talk. Got that more better joke working. A month ago, that was dead in the water. Then it come here and it's such a successful moment in the show. Wow. That was my bear story.
Whilst I was still an active bedwetter, on November 17th, 1991. I know that day, I remember it because it was the day after my 13th birthday, and I was in a bad place because I was still fixing a bed. When you're still bedwetting at 13, it's an issue. And my uncle, he did what uncles do, which is where they think your parents can't get the job done, so they take a crack at it. He sat me down, and he did the whole thing. He was like, look at me, boy. Look at me when I'm talking to you, boy. Look at me, boy. Piss in the bed like you do? You know who else does that? Serial killers. Told me that at 13. Like that is what was gonna wake me up from my bedwetting nightmare. And I'd go take a piss in the toilet of maturity. I was like, that's a lot to tell a 13-year-old. Then if you didn't know that, yes, a trait that a lot of serial killers share is wetting the bed into their adult years. It's also a trait that people with perfect pitch share, so take it as you will. But that fucked with me. That information was too much for my young mind, and thus my first OCD tick was born. Every time I pissed the bed from then on out, the entire next day, I had to avoid eye contact with anyone or they would be murdered. And depending on what year we're talking about, that was anywhere from 1 to 8 days a week, you understand? I spent a lot of time alone looking at the ground back then. And yes, I suffer from obsessive compulsive disorder. Obsessive compulsive disorder. A lot of people are under the impression that these past 2 years have been like a dream come true for those of us with OCD because we get to wash our hands a lot. Do you think we like washing our hands? Is that what you think? Do you think people like succumbing to their mental illness? Is that what you think? Do you think schizophrenics are like, oh boy, the voices are back. Can't wait to hear what they're up to. Can't wait to hear what they got planned for me. I think people project their weak bullshit onto the mentally ill because they're afraid to admit that they're mentally ill themselves. We're all fucking mentally ill. That should be the norm. There's no such thing as mentally healthy. Like, seriously, we are all mentally under the weather at best. And that's what makes us interesting. Like, yes, OCD is complex, very much so. Do I wash my hands a lot? Of course I do. But not for the reasons you think. I don't give a fuck about germs. I wish I was afraid of germs. No. Do I care about 90-degree angles and things being put away properly? Fuck no. Do I have to hang up all the clothes in my closet in a color-coordinated fashion? I barely even hang them up half the time. Can my food touch? Obviously. Obviously my food can touch. None of the OCD tropes apply to me. However, do I feel like in a past life I borrowed money from God and never paid God back? So in this life, God taxes me in the form of daily rituals I have to perform, and if I don't, God goes after my loved ones like a mafia boss would? Yes! That's what it feels like. Like there's a God in a heaven talking to his angels who are like his fucking capos and shit. Like, hey, did Sean Patton remember to microwave absolutely nothing for exactly 33 seconds last night? The fuck you mean no? He's got to do that every Tuesday at 11:59 p.m. on the dot. He didn't do it? Okay. Well, then I guess he don't like having a cancer-free family then, does he? Do it! Do it! It's Uncle Billy, both lungs. What are we, all cousins here? You guys got real weird on that one. Oh my God, is that what happened to Uncle Billy? I thought it was the 30-some-odd years of unfiltered Lucky Strikes. It was. That was the message. Sometimes God works in very obvious ways. Like, this is why I have a beef with superstitious people, because you know those aren't real. You know those are OCD light at best. Diet OCD. I mean, superstitions were definitely started by someone with OCD. That's a fact. That's a fact. There's a dialect of Spanish, Castilian, right? Where they make a sound that sounds like a lisp. But do you know where that came from? It's a Spanish king hundreds of years ago who himself had a lisp and was so insecure about it that he made it the high-born way to speak. And the entire country followed suit, and now it's built into the enunciation. Or so that be the scufflebutt. Now, the same thing happened with superstitions, I guarantee it. There was a powerful king who himself had OCD and wanted everyone to have to deal with the shit he dealt with. So one day it was like, it is my decree that if thou see a tabby cat in thy path, one must turn the other way and walk away or face tidings of ill doing. Make it law. Your Majesty, we can never enforce such a ridiculous law. Off with your head! Do it in one stroke or three, but neither two nor four. And thus, superstitions were born. They don't have any stakes involved. Superstitions are about avoiding bad luck, saving yourself, something you can't do. Like, we can contrast and compare all day. If you're superstitious, you wouldn't want to walk under a ladder because that'll bring you bad luck. What does that even mean? That's life. And what are you so afraid of bad luck for? Bad luck brought us the blues. Everybody loves the fucking blues. Growing up with OCD, every time I made a sandwich, which was a lot, I had to kiss all four corners before I bit into it so that my grandfather would never die in a boating accident. You understand? And it worked. He's been dead for a quarter century, but it happened on dry fucking land. If you're superstitious, you wouldn't want to break a mirror because that'll bring you 7 years of bad luck. 7 years of bad luck? It sounds like the premise of a CBS sitcom that's only going to last 2 seasons anyway. So what are you afraid of? As a teenager, every Wednesday, I had to wear my shoes on the opposite feet until someone noticed. And then when they noticed, I would then have to pretend like I just noticed. Because that was the only thing that stopped the HIV virus from going airborne, okay? You're welcome. I'm sorry COVID slipped through the cracks, but that clearly wasn't my assignment. It was airborne already. I was focused on blood-based viruses. Do you see? OCD is about saving lives. But there is one superstition I respect and only one, okay? Step on a crack, break your mother's back. That one is proof that life is pure chaos. You never know. You're walking down the street one day like you do every day, you step on a crack, not even thinking about it. But in that crack was a little baby cockroach that went scurrying down the block past the child. That child saw it and screamed loud enough to distract a cyclist who blew through a traffic light and got plowed by a dump truck. And then that dump truck got plowed by a cement truck. And then that cement truck, dump truck, bike rider got plowed by a postal van. Now you've got the largest all-municipal vehicle accident since Jacksonville 76, right? This causes a traffic jam, hours. Cars are just sitting there idling, their engines pumping more and more carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, strengthening the effects of climate change, yielding more and more psychotic, unpredictable weather patterns, like a late season nor'easter that unleashes a 50-mile-an-hour gale of wind with no conscience that crosses paths with your mother while she's doing some roofing repairs. She'd never see it coming, because it's wind. But her spine shatters in 3 places upon impact right there in the damn driveway. You broke your mother's back. Poetically enough, her name was probably also Gail. Chaos! Now, listen, I didn't invite you out to frighten you. And I can tell I've done that, so hear my words. There are others like me, and we're out there doing what we can to protect us all, you understand? I'm a grown man, and still to this day, I have to touch my asshole twice a day, every day. Independent asshole touchings, not while showering and not while toileteering. Those don't count. Independent asshole touchings, it's quick and clean. Hand in the pants, pop right on the button, get it right out of there. You'd never know I was doing it. You would never know. I would demonstrate for you, but I've already done it twice today. I have no clue what happens if I go for it a third time. I don't want to risk it. And I know the question that's now burning in your minds. Why? Sean, why? Why must you touch your asshole twice a day? And not while showering nor toileteering. Why? Well, that's a very good question, but it's the wrong question. The right question would be, Sean, why hasn't there been a successful presidential assassination in your lifetime? Well, if you look at the word assassination, go ahead, spell it out. A-S-S-A-S-S-I-N-A-T-I-O-N. Now, apply an OCD lens to that. It breaks it up into 4 words. I-Nation. I-Nation. That's how a leader should think. I am responsible for nation. I serve nation. But I'm no leader, so there's nothing I can do about that. However, ass, got that covered all day. I can serve my ass. I can be responsible for that. So as long as I touch my ass, the leader can continue serving the nation. Do you see? As I said before, I wash my hands a lot too, but it has nothing to do with germs and everything to do with national fucking security.
Being an actor means that I get paid to pretend to do things that I can't do in real life. It's a cool job. I'm very thankful for it. It's kind of a fantasy job. I get paid to pretend to do things that I can't really do. Like, I was in a movie called Legally Blonde 2, where, thank you so much, I played the best friend to Reese Witherspoon. I cannot do that in real life. We are not friends, okay? Yeah. She will not return my calls. Do you understand what I'm saying? Even after I joined her stupid fucking book club, Do you think I wanted to read where the crawdads are staying? You think I wanted to read where the lightning bugs are spending their summer? No. And that I really did. Yeah, I'm paid to pretend to do things. I'm an actor. I've been an actor for a long time, paid to pretend to do things that I can't really do. I was in a show called It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I didn't know you recognized me. I don't know if I should be offended. I do play Gail the Snail. Look at how elegant I am. Look how gorgeous this woman. For those of you that don't know, which is this whole part of the room right here, you guys had enough enthusiasm to cover up for them, but I noticed. I play a disgusting character. Okay, the show, It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Who hasn't heard of it? Of that show? Okay, good. I was gonna say get a clue. I play a character called Gail the Snail. Oh, first of all, the main characters of that show are disgusting. And they said, we need you to come in and play our cousin. She's even more disgusting than we are. We have to throw salt on her to make her go away. My character gives Danny DeVito a hand job under a table. Thank you. Thank you so much. I cannot do that in real life. I tried. I was like, Mr. DeVito, let me get you real quick. It'll help you relax. Come on, for everything that you've done for us, real quick, I got you. Give me some of that taxi money. Like all the old people laughed. They're like, taxi. That was his sitcom he did, Youngins, before. Was that a male snort? Are you... Yeah, that's. I mean, I'm not gonna say it's sad to be rejected by Danny DeVito, but it ain't great. That way. Why would I ask for his taxi money, though? You know, that was a weird thing to come out of my mouth. I mean, didn't I make so much money working on the show 24? Oh, you guys know that reference? Thank you. I was flying coach recently, and this guy looks at me and he goes, Chloe? Again, for this part of the room that seems to not know one of my 102 TV and movie credits, they're just sitting there like, where are we? Is this the outlet mall, or what's happening? I played an iconic character called Chloe O'Brien on the show 24, which was on the air for about 10 years, changed the face of television, was one of the first binge-watch TV shows. What do I have to do to get claps from this section? What do I have to be? Anyway, my character's name is Chloe. She could save the world from a terrorist attack using only her computer. Thank you. I mean... It's been off the air for a long time. I don't blame you for not clapping for it. I mean, I do, but I don't. I get it. But then the people who love it still love it. It has an enduring... That's interesting. You guys are Always Sunny fans and 24 fans. That's a special person. That's a special person. She's the 24? Who's on it? Oh, we need a special shout out. Look at your friend calling you out. What did you play on 24?
My character was Elizabeth Nash. She was in the first season. I kill people with letter openers.
Did you hear this? Give it up for her character, Elizabeth Nash, the first season of 24. Congratulations. I didn't start until season 3. What's up? Are you doing open mics as well, or you got a type 5? What's going on?
Being up there, you're much better at it than I would ever.
Oh, go on. Are you still killing people with letter openers, or did you carry that over? You just pretended for money?
I pretended for money and sometimes just like as a hobby.
It felt good. Feels good. Feels good. Feels good to stab somebody with a letter opener. Good for you. That's awesome. Are you in an improv group now, or what's happening? Do we need to throw you a suggestion? That's very sweet, though. Thank you. I have a good friend to call you out and give you your cred like that. It's not easy. It's not easy out there. Are you on strike? Are you really? Are you marching? I'm on strike, too. Yeah, I'm on strike, of course. My vagina is not on strike. My vagina is she's crossing that picket line. She do not give a fuck. I'm like, bitch, slow down. She's like, no, try to AI this. Get your little cameras in there. See if you can get all the folds because she's ever changing. Recreate this, you'll never recreate that. She's a bad bitch, yeah. My vagina is a scab. That didn't. I heard it in my head, and I was like, don't say it, it's out of my mouth. Okay. Fight the power. That's terrific. So yeah, my point, what is my point? Oh, I was flying coach, and this guy says, Chloe, which is my character name from that show, and he said, I was flying coach, he goes, Chloe, why are you flying coach? Aren't you set for life? Rude, right? Why would you say that? I can tell by your reaction, though. You're like, well, aren't you? And if I put myself in his shoes, at first I thought it was rude. I put myself in his shoes, and I thought, I get it. He sees his queen standing before him. He can't understand. Why am I walking on the same ground? Coach? For my queen? Certainly not. She must be set for life. And then it came out of his mouth the same way that I would say my pussy is a scab. Different things come out from within us, and yeah, he said, why are you flying coach? Aren't you set for life? And, you know, I thought that was interesting, because we all, did I make a lot of money working on 24? Yeah, I did, okay? And also, I spent that money. I spent it, all right? It costs money to live, it turns out. And it wasn't that much money. It was a lot for me because I'm a woman and I'm from Trenton, Michigan. What's up? Hey. Being from Trenton, Michigan is like a couple steps worse than living in Rosemont. Hey. We don't have any outlet malls, all right? I didn't know. I was just a nice girl from the Midwest, like, hire me, I want to do a good job. I want people to like me. You know what Hollywood sees? A mark. They're like, we can lowball this bitch forever. Just interesting, you know, interesting. They gave me a piece of paper. I was like, $3,000 at one time? Let's go! And they gave me another piece of paper that said, can we have your likeness in perpetuity? Yeah, and I said, hell yeah, you can! What do I need that for? Sign that away. Can you believe? That's back when we had privacy. Do you remember when Facebook first came out? It used to be like, don't show that you've been at parties because your boss might see it. Now it's like, we're gonna need you to show that you go to parties, and also if you could start a live sex cam. It's just, we're asking that of all of our branch managers here at Wells Fargo. It's the only way we can get the numbers. We can't get people to come in the branch unless they picture you naked, counting their money, naked from the waist down. That's the only way we can make it happen. So, yeah, sign my likeness away. But my face is on a pinball machine. Is that cool? Is it? She's like, I don't know. That is the correct answer. Let me explain. It sounds cool. It is cool, but let me just walk you through. Let's say you walk into a random bowling alley, all right? It's not a nice bowling alley. This is the smell of shoes that people have been wearing for a millennium, of old nacho cheese caked onto the seats. You wander through to the arcade and you see a 24-themed pinball machine that you didn't even know existed with your picture on the side of it. Is that cool?
Hell yeah.
You're sick. My hair's blowing in the wind. My mouth is open. Why is my mouth open? I didn't choose that picture. Oh, you get extra points if the ball goes in my mouth. Cool. Do I receive a cut of that 50, 75 cents every time some prepubescent boy puts it in that old-timey machine and puts his greasy hips up against his pimply face like, No, I do not receive any of that money, but just knowing that that might be happening, that's all the payment I need. I'm in it for the art. You understand that, right?